Hello future tech leaders, I am Sindhuja. Based on my own experience, I know that learning the right skills can shape our future. What if I say learning was as thrilled as the tech world itself? There we go. A CloudFoundation, that's exactly what you will experience. From day one, you will be immersed in the interactive sessions and expert-led courses that covers most of the widely used technologies in the zone of data science to cloud computing, which brings more light to the life of a techie. I'm so excited to help you and unlock the true potential of a technology. Well, then why to wait? Let's see what it unfolds.
Binding strength. What is actually binding strength? Binding strength is actually given to a value set. We'll talk about what is the value set, what happens in FHIR is considering if there are resources. How many of you remember that in H7 v2? In H7 v2 to 7, org has defined few codes. Giving you an example, HL7, PID8 is the administrative gender. That is the field given by HL7 that you can define the code. For example, M is for male, F is for female, U is for unknown sort of thing. On the same lines, what FHIR has done is FHIR has also defined specific set of codes for some of the attributes. For some of the attributes. Now, where are those specific set of codes defined? FHIR is saying is if you are seeing a data type for an attribute as code or codable concept. These are very specific data types to FHIR. You might not find if anybody is working on Java NET, even OPS concepts. You will not find data types, something like code, something like codable concept. And whatever FHIR has defined, you might not find those data types. For example, identify human name, contact point. These are very specific to FHIR. But what FHIR says is about binding strength, that if you find an attribute which is having a value or a data type as code or a codable concept, that will have a linkage to binding strength. And now, what is that binding strength? Let's look into that binding strength. Let's go back to the specification. Let's find an attribute which is of type code. If I scroll down, I found a gender which is adhering to data type as code. Now, where is that binding strength present? Now, binding strength is written somewhere in this bracket for this value set. Now, what is this value set? From this keyword, value set, you might understand that there are a list of values which are defined by FHIR and you need to adhere to it. Binding strength is how much adherence you need to give it to the binding strength or to the value set. Can you change the value set? Can you extend the value set? That is, what is the meaning of this binding strength? There are 4 binding strengths available. One is required. Another one is preferred extensible. Next one is example. Now over here, if you see required, that means value which is listed in this value set. Now what is this value set? This is the value set, your allele, who has defined the values for you. Now, what all are the values defined? They have defined it as in HL7 v2. It was M for male, F for female. Now here it is exact male and it is all in lowercase. It is female all in lowercase and FHIR is case sensitive. Other unknown. All of these are value set and binding. Strength of the value set is required. That means now what is this required? You cannot or you have to adhere to the list of codes. You cannot extend the list. You cannot take the codes from other value set. This is the meaning that this is the only specific for codes. What FHIR says is for gender. If we talk about particularly gender, which is having the binding strength of required, you will have to adhere to the only 4 codes. Now, how do you map? Let's say the source system is sending a transgender. How do you map it? We will talk about it. That is a separate topic of extensions. We will talk about extensions in some time. Now, how do you map it? That is a separate topic. This is what is the meaning of required. That is one binding strength. Now the next binding stress to the value set. What is the value set? Wherever you will find a data type as code or codable concept, FHIR has defined a list of codes. Now how much adherence you have to give to those codes? That is given by binding strength. Value set is written before the. This is the value set. This is the binding strength. Now let's move to marital status. It is having codable concept. This is the value set. This is the binding strength. What is extensible? What extensible? Even if you want to read theoretical, you can click on this extensible. I will tell you where you can read the theory part of it. There is a grid mentioned. This is high level. The detailed description is written here, but there is a grid also which talks about. You can read these 4 definitions that will talk about the same thing which I am telling you. Now what is this extensible? Let's look into it. Marital status. Marital status. What FHIR? I might not be able to explain all the keywords. I don't know what it actually means. The definition is written here. I will take basic examples. What FHIR says. Now, considering this marital status, they have marked this as this value set as extensible. Now, what is this extensible? What extensible means is if the code is present in the list. You can see A, D is for divorced. I don't know what is A. You can read the definition here. I will talk about what I can understand. Is for married. S is single, which is never married. Use unmarried. Something. If you have a code which is present as part of value set, feel free to use it. That is anyhow for any binding strength. But let's consider if a person is 5 times married, how do you extend this one? What FHIR says is you can extend the value set. This is the value set which is present. You can extend the value. You can add another row here, 5 times married. Give a definition and you will be able to use 5 times married code in your resource and CDR will be accepting it. Any questions? What is extensible? It means you can extend the value set. If you want to know how do we do it, it is nothing but another resource. Value set is also a resource in FHIR. Whenever value set comes into picture, you will find another resource which looks something like this and it will hold some values. You need to extend one more row, something like this, and then you will be able to extend the data in the resources. That we will learn. How do you do it? Now going into the next one, it preferred. Preferred meaning there is preferred. Preferred means that if there is, let's consider there is a value set. Value. I will talk about one. It has a specific set of codes and there is a value set. It is also having a specific set of codes. Now, if let's find something which is preferred. Is there something which is preferred? Common language says it is preferred. Common language. It is codable concept. It is marked as preferred. Now what FHIR says is, if you are not happy with the values which are mentioned in this value set. Let's talk about what is mentioned in this value set. There is a value set ID, IE, TFB, C, P4 If you are not happy with the values which are defined here, probably it is defining all values. Now considering it has defined, it is not defined what you are looking for. You can go to another value set where the value is declared and you can use a code from that value set and FHIR will be able to accept it. This means you can draw a code from another value set. You cannot extend the value set. Difference between preferred is you can draw the code from another value set inextensible. You cannot draw a code from another value set preferred. You cannot extend the value set extensible. You can extend the value set also. Now what is example? Example. Let's see example. Considering it is written as example. What example means is the code of what are mentioned in the value set are just for example. You can feel free to extend the value set or you can draw codes from any value set that is just given for your reference purpose. Those are a sample codes present just for reference pointer. You can draw the code also. You can extend the value set also. Any question? What is binding string? We will now. You will definitely have to look into when we will learn how to write a resource. You will require some information on how to write a resource using this binding strength concept. Now let's go back. Let's talk about. I am actually looking for one thing. Let me see if I can find it. Over here. Now the question was, how do we extend the value set? Now let's look into how that is being done. The value set, the URL of a value set. Now there is a linkage. You need to understand this point also. There is a value set resource. I will say value set resource, which has defined the list of code. But how this list has been defined within the let me open the value set resource also. I will click on back. I will click on back. This is my gender, administrative gender. If I click on this JSON, this will give me the value set resource. This is the value set resource. If you look into this value set resource, there is a URL mentioned. You might not find. That is what when I open this resource for the first time. You will only see the URL present, but no codes. For example, you might ask in the patient resource. Let me open patient. FHIR are fall in the patient resource when we clicked on this gender. There are male, female, other unknown. But when you is saying that there is a value set defined in that value set, there are code. But when we clicked on that resource, there is no code actually mentioned. What happens is where is my paint? This is paint. The value set resource will hold a linkage to code system resource. There is another resource which is marked as code system. And within the code system resource, all the resources or all the values are defined. And all of this is nothing but a FHIR resource. Now let's go back and see what is there. If you look into this URL, this is the URL for the code system. This is a unit. It is not mandatory that if you hit it into the browser, it should give you a web page. You can just say // administrative gender should be. Now let's go back to the code system. If I go to the code system, this is a code system resource. We will learn how to write a resource today. The URL has to be a unique URL for the code system. That is what is being represented into the value set. Now within this code system, if I just scroll down, this is all the description about the resource. If you just see now, it is saying there are details. These are the codes which are present as part of the code system and will be available for your usage. Now if you have to work on another, or let's say you, as I talked about, you need to add another. What is that? A code within this code system. That is not possible because the binding strength of this particular value set is required. But considering it is marital status and you need to add one more code, feel free to copy. This is, I think, value set. This is code system. Feel free to copy one. This much grid. Change the details of what it actually means and mark it as 5 times merit. Give it is displays 5 times merit. Give a definition of 5 times merit and you will be able to use it for the marital status because marital status was extensible. Did you get this point? This is the code system resource where the actual codes are defined, only the URL, this URL which is defined in this code system. You will be finding it in the value set. All of these are internal references. You don't have to worry, but you should know the concept that how you need to do it. Let's see if the user has defined this URL which is going to do what? The botanical reusable path zone actions. And I will do it again overall. Any questions on the front? Write a resource. Here today, what we will do is I will help you understand from the specification. How do we write it? But everybody, we will be writing a patient resource today. What we need to do is we will start from top to bottom. Everybody will help me write an attribute which will build the entire resource and we will see how we will post it to the CD-RAR. I will explain the rules perfectly that you will be able to help me write a resource. Please pay attention. This is a complicated topic. When you have to write a resource, those rules are pretty much required when you are writing it manually. For example, a function or person needs to write a resource and give it to a technical folk that this is how the bundle or the resource will look like. Then that point will definitely come in picture that you need to write it manually without a schema. Let's look into how we write a resource. Anybody who remembers this concept? We learned the JSON, basic of JSON. There is something known as array. There is something known as object. There is something known as array of object. Hope you remember this concept right. we will be utilizing the base of this concept, which is we will write a resource in JSON today. Every resource in FHIR, if you write a ticket into a JSON format, will be an object, and by default that object holds the attribute which says resource type, and the resource type will be holding your name of the resource. Anybody who will tell me if you are working on patient resource, what will be the? I will just minimize it. What will be the name? Should I write here? Can I write it in lowercase like this? It is case sensitive. We cannot write it. It is uppercase P by default. You need to write a key which is resource type. It is a default key and it will tell you that it is of type patient. Now you don't have to remember anything. It is by default. You need to look into the specification and write it. What is the rule? For writing a resource here, just listen to these rules. You need to look into the specification from left to right. You cannot start the specification saying, I need to look right, identify, and I will read this and then I will write it. You need to go from left to right. Second one. Then look into the cardinality. Then add a square bracket. Then nothing. If not, then write it based on the data type. Considering next point. If it is array, you did it. Now considering if data type is, or I will talk about attribute. If attribute is comp, you need to add flower bracket. If attribute is complex, add flower bracket and then write a attribute is. That's it. That is the basic rule. If you look into or if you remember this rule, you will be able to write the details about it. Everybody remember what is a primitive. What is complex? Correct. Or you want me to give a heads up on that also? Attribute is primitive. When you will click on the data type, there are no further child. It will just tell you that these are the list of values you can use from it. For example, Boolean says you can just use true or false. There is no further child associated to it. Now if I close it and I will open. Identifier is complex because if you click on the identifier data type, you will be able to see there are further child associated to it. That means it is complex. Whenever you will find a complex thing, you will have to add a flower bracket. This is also. What needs to happen is this needs to add a square bracket. I will write one data type for you. For example, let me try adding identifier for you. Now you don't have to write data type. Here you will always write the keys which are present here. The key is identifier. And as I have already told, the JSON concept keys are always in double quotes. Identifier have written. Can I write uppercase I? I cannot write uppercase I because it is case sensitive. As what is the first rule? Look into the specification from left to right. We have chosen that data as identifier. Now let's look into it. How it is? If it is repeating, is it repeating? But it's, and if it is repeating, what does the rule say? It's an array. It's an array. We need to add a square bracket. Now, this is one step written. I will just do indentation also that the resource will also look nice. Now looking into the data type. If I click on the data type, if it is complex, what should I do? Look into the rule. Add flower bracket. Perfect. Beautiful. I will give indentation. Now over here, everything is optional. If you want to use some of the attributes, feel free to use some. If you want to use all, feel free to use all the attributes. Now, if you read into the specification, identifier says an identifier for a person. An identifier for a patient with respect to hospital context can be MN and N. Let's consider there is a MN which you are having. Let's talk about what is this MN. What is that notepad? It's here. I am going to use a key which is use. I will populate all of them for you. You will understand how I populated. Then all other attributes. You guys will help me in populating. Use. I am picking. It is of type code. What is the meaning of code? There are required values and the binding strength is required. You need to adhere to the value set. Few of the values are listed just for reference. If you want to see the entire list of codes, you need to click on this identifier use. If I click on this identifier use, it will show you what all values are there. It says these are the values which are there. Now source system should tell you that if let's say PID3, that it will always be the official identity. Just an example I am giving you. You need to take all of these confirmation from the source system, who is initiating the data for you. Considering here, it is the official MN because hospital recognizes it. What we will do is we will write official and this is code and it is a string. We will write it as official. Can I write it in uppercase? I will be keep on asking this question because this is a big mistake. Everybody does. And then the CDR will throw you in. Now I am going to look in the type. It's a beautiful question. If you look into the context, right? That's the values which are defined are only 5. And it does not work for me. What should I do? Anybody who will tell me we learned this concept. Even hidden, you can give it a try. It is required. It is required. You don't have a privilege to tweak, add, delete, extend, take code from other value set. Nothing can work here. If you use anything else, that will not work for you. And there is no provision. If Syria will throw you an error, there is no provision. Nothing of that sort which you can take or use. Using which you can add something else. There is another provision known as extensions. We will learn about it. But for use that is not at all possible. Did we answer your question, hidden? It's not possible. It is not possible. You can use extensions. We will learn how do we read write. What is extension? How do we read write extensions? But as of now for use. If you don't know the concept of extension, we cannot add our code which is of your choice. Moving to the next one. Let's write type. I have written a key type. Here it is a codable concept. What should I do? It is non-repeating. Should I add a square bracket? No, we should not add a square bracket. We should not add. It is not an array. We don't need to add a square bracket. Now we need to check whether the data type is complex or not. If it is complex, then we will add a flower bracket. Otherwise, we will directly write the value in double quotes. Now let's look into if the data type is complex. Let me click on Codable Concept Data Type. It is opening in the new window. I found there are two attributes which are being there. What does this mean? Should I add a flower bracket or directly write coding? No bracket. To add up, it is complex. I need to add a flower bracket. Again, you need to continue till you find the end root or end node of the JSON or the child or the FHIR attribute. I will opt for coding. Considering this coding is repeating. I will add a square bracket. Now let's look and wherever coding ends. I have another attribute text. We'll look into the text later. Let's look into what is this coding. I will open this coding as it is repeating. I've already added a square bracket. Coding is a complex data type. What we need to do is we need to add a flower bracket within this. I have added a flower bracket here. I can opt now. Very important part. You need to understand one more concept. Wherever you will find a data type which is codable concept. I have already told you there is a code which is defined within FHIR. And you need to adhere to that code. Extend code from a value set. That is what you need to do. Now, wherever you will find a codable concept, if you are doing it, it will be a complex data type. If you are opting for that data type, meaning if you are opting for type, here you will opt for coding. And if you are opting for coding, minimum, you need to adhere to these two things. Even if it is 0:1, minimum you need to adhere to system and code. Display is good to have, but minimum you have to adhere to system and code. Now, what is this meaning of the system and code? And I have already told you if the value set was. Data type is codable concept. The values are already defined. I came back to the parent data path identify type. If I click on identify type value set, this is going to tell me what is the values present. I will look for something which is medical record number. This is my code. This is now. You will understand why I told you that. Code and system are minimum set you should look for. And this is the medical record number. It will go into the display. Now, where is the system who has defined the code? System is nothing but the value which is written in the URL at the top level. I will write it here. Now what will happen when you will send this data? CDR, this is it, copied HTML. Wait, let me clear it out. It has to be 0:0. It is not mandatory. Even I am also saying it is not mandatory. Only thing is if you are opting for code, if you are opting for attribute code, you need to tell from which system you have taken the value. That is how CDR will validate the data. I think the value is also not copied correctly. Let me go. I see FHIR has not given the constraint on top of it. FHIR is not giving. FHIR has given you a privilege that you can only write medical record number. But other systems should be knowing what is the code for it and from which system it has been drawn. I think it's a plus point if I is given that the person who is learning FHIR newly, he will be adhering to the system code and display thing and they will be utilizing it in a proper way. Only thing which I can tell you, you can try proposing a change, giving it not here. You can try proposing a change here in this page and try telling Graham Greave that you should give. I hear that people should write the data type directly. If they are opting for it, Just a thought, you can try whether it will be accepted or not. That is their CCB team which will handle it. We cannot guarantee about it. But it is a good practice that you should do it. Now, what is this text? Text usually holds the same value as display. Some of the application takes the value from display. I worked with one of the application which was not looking into this detail. They only wanted under type text to be populated. This is the value what we will. We will be populating the same value here. Now let's go back to, I'll close the unwanted tabs. We have written type which is having two things. Now another thing comes, this system. It says the name is a very good question to that. Display is not validated by the CDR even for this MR, even if you write medical record or underscore number. CDR will still accept it, but if you write MR1, that will not be accepted. I am not evaluating against the namespace there, but here. This display, that is why I was telling you, if you are opting for code, you need to tell the system also. Display, I have worked with, I think 4 CDRs, none of the CDRs validate the display. Even there is a typo, even there is a lowercase, even there is a, let's say the abbreviation MR, you can write MR also. That is, not a valid use case. Even if you write MR, that is still be accepted by the CDR because CDR will be working on this code. My experience goes is the end application usually trusts this second approach. I can tell you is there was an application who was looking into the code in their code base. They will find what is the relevant MR present. They will not even look into the display because people type anything in display. They had a code base. For example, the code base will say, tell me, select the value or the abbreviation from the table. Let's say the table name is this, where the code is MR. It will give you medical record number from the database. They picked up the value and they displayed on the screen. They didn't rely on this front, only two approaches. It is on you whether you want to hold a staging database where all the translations will happen and you will only be accepting a code as a key and you will get a value from your database. Or you are relying on the integration layer that they will be doing the mapping correctly. Mostly they will do it because they will be adhering to what end application is accepting. They will be adhering it. Again, if you add a staging layer, it is you who have to maintain that stager. Second front, if FHIR in the next release add a code you will be responsible to add another row to your table. That another row is also added and you will be working on that. Details also. Technical front. It is an architectural approach. I prefer integration. You are paying the integration layer to adhere to your contract. You are building an application. You have exposed the contract. You are paying an integration engine or integration engineer to adhere to you. That is their responsibility to adhere to the data contract. What you have exposed. Thing. Now let's look into the next one. I have already written type system. Very important part of this system is very important. You need to understand the concept of this system. You can definitely leave it. Because saying Sahil, this is YL is to 1. But now what is the system? Let me give you an example. Sahil, who is working for ABC company, is having employee ID as 1, 2, 3. Now talking about Teepa, she works for Infosys. She also has employee ID as 1, 2, 3. Anybody who will tell me what can be the difference between the employee ID? Let's consider me and Deepa standing here. We are talking to you. We just told we are working in an IT company. My employee ID is 123. Just a random question. Her employee ID, she also says my employee ID is 123. Anybody who will tell me what is the differentiator between her ID and my ID? It's the organization or the organization name who has assigned that number. That number or the ID here for Deepa is Infosys, for Sahil it is ABC company. Now very important part is here. The system will tell you who has assigned within the system. If it is a data type, within a data type, you find a system you need to adhere. If it is a codable concept, you need to adhere to the value set URL over here. If it is a system and it is not of a type codable concept, it is of type URL. If it is a URL, we will talk about what is URI. We will talk about what is URI. You need to tell who has declared this system or who has given this value. Who has given this value? It will be the system. Who will tell now? How do you tell that to the end application? Now let's talk about. We will write the value first. Let's look into. We talked about that. It is an MRN of a patient. Let's say it is MRN1 when hospital is given to the patient. How this system needs to be told. FHIR says system which is of type URI. URI is nothing but a URL which starts with HTTP. It is a HTTP or HTTPS URL. It can be a dummy URL or it can be an actual web page, does not matter. But it has to be a unique URL in the FHIR context for assigning this patient. For example, if it is assigning, let's say, MRN1002 to another patient, this URL should remain static. That the end application will understand. This system belongs to Apollo Hospital. This system belongs to Forts Hospital. Now, if this is the URL, let's say this is coming from Good Health Hospital. They can define it in this way, Good Health Hospital org/patient identifiers. Something like this, they can define anything. They can write ABCOG also, that is, and even if I hit it in the browser, it will not give me anything. It is totally fine. That is not an issue at all. That is not mandated by FHIR that it has to be a web page. But it has to be a HTTP URL. It has to start with HTTP. And then it can hold anything. You can. Even if you don't want to write anything, you can just say patient identifier. It will still accept it. Next, go back to the next one. I will not tell you reference. That is a referencing concept. We will learn it probably tomorrow. But this is a separate concept we will learn. Now value I have given is a string. I have given it in the double quotes. Period. I will hold on to the period. We will learn period in a separate attribute. We will look into something else. Any questions in this? How did we write this one attribute? This is one attribute. Similarly, we need to build the entire thing. And that will be a FHIR resource. A patient FHIR resource by itself. That is the exercise we are doing to learn how to write a resource. Any questions? How did we write identifier? And why didn't I take the last two ones? Period is definitely here. I will help you write it. Referencing we will learn tomorrow. We need to know the referencing concept. That is how you will be able to write the referencing data type. Next is a Confluence page, which we worked for one of the cardiology project. It is totally internal to my company. And what happened there? I will explain here. Let's consider this. Everybody knows what is a Confluence page, right? It is a knowledge sharing page kind of thing, where people can add the details. Considering this to be the Confluence page, here they added the list of HIR attributes, now hidden for your context. you are going to build an application, which means you will have the privilege to add some of the constraints. That constraint application gave it to us. This is the application. This is the integration layer. They told that system has to be this thing. For example, let's say we were working for XYZ hospital. What they gave a constraint. I will talk about this system constraint only. What they told is system has to be http/. I will just write something abc.org/patient identifies. I think it was similar to this one, only /. Then the name of the hospital from where it was coming. This constraint they have given. This is the source identifier they wanted to add. This is the constraint you can add on top of it. And integration layer. Anyhow, when the data, let's say it is HL7 to FHIR, HL7 to in HL7 v2, there is no placeholder where the URL will come from. It is the responsibility of integration engine to map the incoming data to this system. For example, if you know sh.3, which is a sending application, mshe.4, which is a sending facility, based on the sending facility or sending application, that translation of this URL usually happens. That is how it usually works. You will have this privilege to define it, and integration engine will adhere to it. This is the hospital information system. The hospital is sending you v2 information. Now this one Zozo one is coming from hospital. Correct. Let's brief using. Let's see if I have a sample. There are some. Now taking this as an example that HL7 message is coming to you. I was saying this is the sending application. Here it is a sample. And this is the field name actually. They have written. Let's talk about it is Apollo or Apollo Patient Registration System. Now here sending facility. He's Apollo. Now what is going to happen when this data will hit the integration layer? This is your integration engine. This based on this Apollo, when this integration engine will build the FHIR resource. Based on that Apollo, and one more thing. There is a data contract. Your application you hidden has declared that we are adhering to FHIR. And when you say we are adhering to FHIR, you will define. You can. I'm not saying you are defining. You can define that when you are building the resource. Please have the system for the identify.system and value to be something like this. That it has to say hayden.org/patient identifier/ from where it is coming. Now integration engine responsibility will be. This will be the static one. The Apollo is coming from a message.forth of the source system that you know, or you can also tell that you tell me, or you predefined, or I have given a configuration that whenever a deployment will happen, you can define a system in my application. You can define a system in my application, a unique system, for example. What it means? Hello. I will say Fortis. Whenever a deployment happens for Apollo, you can tell hatup/apollo.org/patient identifier. You can define this placeholder in my application. You can define this placeholder in my application when the deployment happens. It's a configurable file we have given. And you also make sure that you are sending the same system that the patient reconciliation happens properly. Same thing, you are doing it here. Whenever a deployment happens in the Fortis system, you can give a Fortis/org/something patient identifier that I can identify from where the data is coming. Now considering it's a common platform, Apollo and Fortis is sending data to a common platform, which is rarely a case. And it's a cloud proposition. In that case, something of this sort can work where this is static and here you can tell Apollo or 40 something or 40. You can add the details. Who is sending you the details? You can add the details about that system. I will tell you a couple of things. Integration engine is one such concept where you will be able to give a schema and you will be able to write it. But only part is considering. Let's talk about two things. Even if you work on integration layer, I will talk about two things. In the integration layer, if you are working on Rhapsody has couple of filters. I will show you one with the exercise which you gave me. I started working on it. But then yesterday, I had to go somewhere. I didn't finish it. If you have to work on this Rhapsody integration layer, you have couple of concepts where you can do the mapping. One is JavaScript. When I say JavaScript, it is a JavaScript filter. If you are seeing my screen, this is what I was doing yesterday. I was doing the same exercise. I will not explain what is being done as of now. I was building a JSON construct. I just mapped something for you. It will receive a JSON, CSV. It will spit out a JSON for you. As of now, it's a very minimal thing I have added. I will add more of the mappings to it. Here there is no schema I have given. In that case, when JSON, I am working on this JavaScript filter. Considering you also work on, let's say, Entity or a Java library, or you opted for an integration layer. In the integration layer, there is no schema present at all. In that case, you should be aware of where to add square bracket, where to add flower bracket. Now, there is another thing which is known as, in Rhapsody, if I talk about, there is another thing which is known as a mapper. In this mapper, input can be a HL7 message, XML message. Let's consider it is a HSM message because HSM to V2 we are doing. Output is always XML. You can provide. Why I am saying always XML? Because this is a schema based mapper. You can define a schema, input schema and output schema, and you can do drag and drop. I will just show you something. Is it in documents? Let me see if I can show you something. This is how a mapper looks like. It will hold. I have not added anything. This is an empty mapper. For 1 second. Let's go back to something else. We need to go and find something else. This is how the mapper will look like. This is HN to ASA mapping. Do not worry how this is written. What is it? Here you can give a schema. For example, if you have seen the HL7 schema, a message segment has these list of attributes. UID. Let's talk about PID. Patient has these list of attributes and within subcomponents. Everything is mentioned here. It is drag and drop. If you have a field coming, you can drag and drop from here. You can write our passing logics also. You can write if else while for everything. Any passing, strict passing. You can do it in this mapper. You can add a FHIR schema here. And then you can do drag and drop stuff. That will do it for you. But the output will be in XML format. And then you can write libraries to convert it into JSON. But consider you don't want to add additional layer to it where there will be a passing. For example, you converted H7 to XML and then application expecting in the JSON format. You need to write another logic to convert it into the JSON format. Rhapsody provides a tool to convert XML to JSON. FHIR XML to JSON. You can give an XML input or a JSON input. FHIR did XML, FHIR did input. And you can convert vice versa. That is what Rhapsody did it for us. Because we asked them that. We have a requirement that because we did one implementation where the mapper is built, send file, and it is always spitting out XML, and we wrote a code, a JavaScript code, and it was a huge 2,000-3,000 lines of code, which was converting the XML to JSON. I know there are libraries, but those libraries will not at all work on the FHIR resources. We asked Rhapsody to provide us. As I have told you, our company is the biggest customer for Rhapsody. They took that as a challenge. And they opted, and they provided one of the releases where this filter is added. We are utilizing that filter. If you don't have those privileges and you have to write it into directly JSON, you should be aware of the concept, where to add square bracket, where to add flower bracket, code. It is not manually, it is via code. For example, I was writing this script. As of now, the identifier type I have written directly, but it is an array. I will create it as an array of objects. That is what I will be doing. This is still pending on me, but just FHIR, if you are using Mapper, you can provide a schema. There is also, if anybody has known, Apache has launched a free-holding coding script, which is known as FreeMarker. Here also. It is also schema-based, but you cannot give a FHIR schema. It's such a big schema. You cannot give it to it. Give it to the FreeMarker within Rhapsody. This is also where you will have to adhere to where to add flower bracket, where to add square bracket, what text you are writing. That will also be important. Your project should accept it. For example, what did I open? I opened it wrong. I didn't open. Now considering Rhapsody, I work on Rhapsody. I told you two things. I wanted to create a FHIR resource directly into a JSON. One more point. Let me add to one more point. As you are saying, you want to work on a schema based. I will say mapper because it is taking a schema and it is taking input schema, output schema, and from the input you are mapping something to output. Output is your FHIR resources. I will here map it as send V to message. This is what we are planning to do, right? You should have a filter in Rhapsody. You should have a filter which accepts it. Now the problem is it will always spit out XML for me. Provision is that I want it in the JSON format. Rhapsody provides me a provision. But what if you have to do it? JavaScript filter. Can you do it in JavaScript filter? The answer is there is no schema present. You need to add it to the specification. Specification says it is repeating. I will create a. It is object. I will create array of objects. That is why I showed you two examples. Now let me show you how the mapper looks like. Considering, as I have already told you, you will not be working on single resources. Even if it is a single resource, it will hold the definition of bundle. Let me show you now how it looks. It's a big project. Mapping file. That is where another point is this mapper was pretty slow. There were performance issues. And I say performance issues. HOTS wanted to 60-40 per second, and this. Based on schema, it works pretty slow. That is why we this mapper to free marker, which I was telling you, set Apache based free mark that works where if we are able to process 3000 messages per minute, per second, per second, we are able to process. Considering this is the bundle resource and bundle resource hasn't, we'll talk about. You will definitely look into it. Within this, you will have the entire list of resources. Considering you are working on patient resource will have the entire schema. It's patient here, all the attributes which you see in the specification. As part of this is the R4 schedule. I have added there. Whatever you see here, I have added as a part of the schema on this machine. And it is not added. I downloaded XST from the downloads folder and I imported into the mapper. That's it. This is the entire patient resource. How do you map identifier? Let me show you. This is just, you can drag and drop also. This is identifier. I told you, you worked on. This is your. That's it. This is entry means. Bundle is group of resources. You need to work on iterations. Ident, it's the first. Repetition, you don't have to worry about. Bracket, all. You told it is official. That's it. This is how you can do it. We worked on system and value rate. This is your system. I'll put and on top of it if you want. If everything is there, everything, you can work on it. If you see, all of these things are already handled. What we told it h:// or identity similar. We worked on value. This is coming from input message. Here input. I have also a FHIR scheme only. As a no, I will just say something from input. I will say 1. You can, just like how I am doing, drag and drop from here. You can do drag and drop from HL7. But here, in this case, let's consider this is only serial schema. I will just choose something, some text. I will put it here. Rather than hard coding, I will just take. Do you understand? Drag and drop works from both the sides. In this case, structure, where you will be able to pass it and using drag and drop skill. Considering the filter, the coding standard you are using. Just like if you are working Java, I don't think you will get a provision to create the latest version wrap, which is they have given a JSON schema also, but we are still evaluating the performance of 7.1 We have moved, not moved. There I cannot comment how it will work. They have given a provision HL7 to HL7. Let's consider client has exposed XML standard. It is not. A standard client has just given any random schema. You can create a schema of that XML. Also, will show you some very short example because let's say client has given something like this. If people know how to work on, if people know how to build X's, feel free to create manually. There is a manual procedure also. You can create it. I will just add two attributes. I will just say 30 and I will close this. But what Rhapsody has done is, Rhapsody says that if you are working on me, let me do one thing. Some favor for you. I will give you X generator. You can give me an output file. You don't have to build the schemas. Justify as schemas are more complex than rather than building a sample. If you can build XML what? Or mostly, the client will only give that this is a sample what we accept. You give me this sample, I will build a schema for you and you will be able to load the schema in the R mapper in the any filter which is accepting the XML schema. This is nothing with respect to Rhapsody FHIR. This is totally standard coding which anybody knows they can build a schema out of it. It is how much you know Rhapsody. You will be able to do it. That is the basic concept. Now, as I have told you, JSON schema is also supported in the latest version. But if you ask me, have I tried it? No, because our project first evaluates whether the entire product can be moved on the latest version or not. If yes, then we will be getting a chance to evaluate it. Evaluation is being done by another team. We still don't have access to it. The latest version is still not with us. Going back to the same, our resource, we will write another. I will just rename it to Snehil. Perfect Snehil. We will just look into the same rules. You can write me help active. Just minimize this window that it is here. Perfect can we? Can we do it? What should I type screen? No, there's nothing. It says data type is Boolean. There's nothing binding available for it. It says whether the patient record is in active use or not. That's it. That's the definition given to it. Whatever you will tell, I will type and others will correct. Active colon, which bracket should I add? Boolean accepts, correct 0, 1. But FHIR says it is true or false. What you are saying is, I should add it in double quotes, true or false. Anybody who thinks this is wrong. Another thing, Boolean. Boolean is a non-string data type. There is no requirement for double quotes. This is how I mean. Whenever I will write, it will look very easy. You just have to click here. They're everywhere and you will just have to write. But in case you have to write it manually, it sometimes feels difficult. Where should I click? Where should I move my cursor? Now, just to show you, I will open this one. Whenever you will write a data type, right, there is a difference in how you write. For example, if I say where a is equal to, can you see there is a difference? How the true is being printed. This is JavaScript. Boolean is considered as in blue color. Strings are in red color. End application will also be passing based on what you are sending. If you, just one more example, if I am sending it in double quotes, is it valid? You need to You need to click on human name as a data type, and you found that there are multiple attributes within it and it is a complex data type. That is where you added flower brackets. Then what next? You can use any of the attributes we have already mapped use. Let's work on this. We can look into text. We can. All of these are string data type. Can you help me write text family? And it is actually usually the full namespace. The last name you can write, full family, would be your. I will consider this is my family name. He paid attention to the entire rules. He is going left to right. He told given it is array and he told it is array of strings. How he knows array of strings? Because this is array, this is strings. Now very important part is, let's say I have given Sahil. If I have other names, for example, I have a middle name. I don't have it. In case you have it, feel free to. I'll just move my notepad here. Feel free to. Let's say my middle name I don't have, but let's add dot. If you have a middle name, you can feel free to write here. Now how end application will understand that this is the middle name. You need to inform them that this is the first name, this is the middle name, this is the last name, and the combination is present. Like this first name, I will say fun. Sorry, middle name. This is, in the text, we are giving you first name, last name, middle name, or whatever sequence you are passing. That is the specification, or you are adhering to their specification. Then you already know what you are building and what. Whenever the data will be sent to them, they will be knowing what they have received. I will go to the rules. It says look into the cardinality. If it is array, I will add repeating. Then add, now what do you have? If you have repeating, what should I add? I will add a square bracket. I will open a square bracket. I will close a square bracket. Sorry, what next? What should I do next? I will look into the contact point data type. Now your question will be answered. How should I know whether the double quotes, single quotes, no quotes should? I have chosen one of the code. It is written here. If you want to see the entire list, I will show you. Entire list is present here. I have taken phone as one of the value. Now what should I do next? No, two things. You just have to remember two things. You just have to remember. One is any resource. If it is a bundle resource or any resource in FHIR, it will start as an object, not array. It will start as an object. When you have to type group of resources, we will look into how do you create group of resources. That is a bundle concept, just understand. For a single resource, any resource in FHIR context will start as an object and there will be a default key as resource type, as patient. Then after that you don't have to remember anything. Then it is a specification. Look into left to right, look into the cardinality, look into the data type. Now add your right perspective of brackets, choose the right keys. Once you choose the right key, start the data mapping as per the data type, not what you know, as per the data type. Combination of multiple patient resources. We will look into it, but it will not work like this. That is a bundle resource. We need to learn another concept, grouping of resources. That is another concept. In within itself, that is another. Take full session. Any questions? But any questions? How did we write this? And then we will move to the next one. I specifically wrote the attribute is complex because first day when I was telling you an example, that attribute can be complex based on either the data type or how this is defined in the specification. There is a contact data type which is complex, not because of the data type, because of how it is defined. This is parent or this. There are further childs within it. If you write contact square bracket, then start with flower bracket and then put relationship, and again when you are starting with the relationship, it is again repeating. Someone will write this also. Let's see. I will not choose gender. I will write date because it is very simple. Let's write it. Where is this? Sending square bracket is ending somewhere here, not the last one. For example, why I didn't add a comma here? Because there is no another key present as part of your telecom, or you are not opting for it. One more thing I didn't add to it. For example, now active. Guys, 1 second. Considering one example that if you don't have to take the attribute, for example, you don't want to map. Let's say address, you don't have the address. What FHIR says is to not contain that key in your attribute. It is like, for example, let's say if this is address, Control C. If this is address, if you don't have any details about it, do not add address. Then put square bracket because you know it is array and it is a data type is complex, and leave it blank. No, please do not use it. Please remove the entire thing as it is now. Even on the same lines, if we say address, where is address? It is here. If you are opting for address, let's say you only know what is line 1 or you only know the city. If you are only knowing the city, do not write other keys like, for example, you will write line is repeating it, is this one. Do not keep it like this and then keep it empty attributes. The concept is empty attributes within the resource are not allowed. If you don't have the value, please remove this. And then if you don't have the entire object, please remove the entire object. Also this one. It is not required. FHIR will not accept it. Sajjar will throw you an error. Now let's go back and write birth date. I was about to write birth date at birth date. I have opted for a key birth date. Now how do I write it? It is non-repeating. I will not add any square bracket. This is date. Let's see if it is complex or not. I can see this is primitive. Based on it says it is a text. Now for the technical folks. It says you can. The format is YY. Someone who will tell me if I just send this value, is it valid? But will it make sense to the end application? No, it will not make sense to the end application. Either you use the right format. FHIR says this is valid only if the end application is saying, I am only interested in here. There will be a rare application which will say something like this. But that is only the case when you will send something like this. Kindly use something which is making sense to the end application. I'm just taking one of the example. Format is also given. If you are more technical, please feel free to read the regex. Where's the notepad? ++. I'm just copying, pasting the date. This is your date you are adding. Now moving to the next one, disease. I will tell you how this works. I have already told you. Wherever the square bracket x is found, let's say wherever the square bracket x is found, it is an option to the implementer. It is an option to the implementer which data type you want to opt for, and I have asked a question that day on what basis you will choose what data type you have to work with. That will be dependent on the specification of the end application, whether end application is accepting Boolean or they want daytime when the patient died actually. In this case, if you have to write diseased, you don't have to write diseased X and then create a child within it and then write it. No, not like this, it is. You need to replace this square bracket X with the data type. This is the data type and how the data type will be printed. It will be printed in this fashion. Now consider you are writing or opting for deceased boolean. Deceased boolean colon, now boolean. We have already learned that it is true. Considering the patient is still alive, I am marking this as false, and it is either of them. Can you write another key which is saying disease date time? Answer is no, you cannot do it. Now, anybody who will tell me address? Let's see whom. I have not spoken. Deepagav, I have spoken a lot of time. Shreya, I see me. Just like in Amazon. You can add your home address and office address. It is the same example. You can order it at your home place or at the office place also. What next? Let's work on. This is postal code again of the same data type. Let's leave this. Can we write line? Then all of that. Can we write line and a city? That's it. Other than that, it is of same data type. Can we write line? You can write entire thing in this. It is repeating. You can write entire thing, and it is based on the specification of end application. What is the first array component? What is the second array component? Whether the street name number is the same. They are also expecting you can modify based on, let's say, street 1 near Xai's hospital. Something you can write and then you can close it. Then let's write city that you know. String data type. Can you write period also? Because I don't see period data type mentioned. I will open it again for you. Let's write period. It says during what time this address will be in use. For example, you are frequent moving from one location to another. You can mention, I will be staying here in this address only for 6 months. They will add something of that sort in the period. And how do you define this period? It is in double quotes. I will just copy. It says some format. All formats are mentioned here. I will just add something of this sort here. Z is nothing but your offset. I just keep on pressing page up. There is end. Let's say you are saying end is going to. This address is going to be invalid after 6 months. I will just paste this and I will just increment month with 6. Yes, it has to be curly braces because period says it is having 2 attributes and the data type is complex. Rather than saying it as the array, I was just waiting for someone to tell me that it has to be flower bracket. It has to be flower bracket because the data type is complex, non-repeating. This is how period is written. Who else is there? We can write contact also. I think she dropped. Fine, that is. Anyone who will? Who will write first? Multiple birth. You can try multiple birth also. We have already written. You can try multiple birth and contact. Because I just want to see if you remember the concept from the multiple birth. How do we write multiple birth? It's a twins. It's a twin. We marked it as true. Multiple birth. If it is integer, only one can be defined. Only one can be defined. Only one can be defined in our book. Beautiful. You remember this one. Now let's see how you write a contact. To please make sure you are there to this. I am only interested in this. Yeah, and I says I'll copy this also. This is a rule actually, this is the rule and your I says this needs to be adhered. Going back to where is your contact, fine, can we write this contact? It is having the same set of attributes. As of now, I will just copy paste this thing in the end. It says a contact, the contact party. It can be a partner. In this case, you need to change the names because it has to be someone who has taken you to the hospital. Rather than first name, last name, I'll just say Sahil 1S1, K1, any person who is taking you to the hospital will fit here. This will finish your contact. You can add other attributes. It will be the same concept. Reading from left to right square bracket based on cardinality. If it is repeating, flower bracket based on the data type. If it is complex, then writing the data type. If it is integer without quotes. Boolean without quotes. String always with quotes. Now anybody who has a question, how do we write a resource? And now you can write any other attribute with the same concept. I didn't know. See if you can see my screen. 681 conct is repeating. That is why a square bracket is there. First instance of the name Ray that should be in the curly braces. I'm not sure if others can see this. This square bracket is for repeating only, hidden. If you are seeing my screen, it's the name you know. I was just thinking like, because the name itself is the first object, right? It could be repeating once, right? No, contact that contact you. Contact, you added square bracket because cardinality is this one. Now it is complex. We missed one flower bracket. Sorry, there is one missing flower bracket. That is correct because the data type is complex based on how it is defined in the specification. After the square bracket, it has to be the flower bracket because it is having more keys. Correct, good catch. Now any other data type, any other attribute can be written with the same practice, same set of rules. We will learn tomorrow. What is extension? What are the FHIR APIs? Then we will look into bundle concept and profiling, and that might be the end of the entire session. Then one use case we need to cover, today's topic. There were 5 which I wanted to cover, but I think it will be only one for today. I will talk about extensions. Anyone who can think what is an extension? Considering any. This is a standard, but do you think this standard will help you do all the implementation? How many of you does think like that? Delta information. What FHIR says is FHIR works on today 80 rule 20% of the attributes, which will cover 80% of your implementations. But how about the rest of the 20%? That is where FHIR says that we are giving you a provision for extension. What is this extension? This extension means that if you have a data, for example, considering patient resource, there is no way you can map race. Can you see any attribute where you can map race or you? If you want, if you think you can map race in any of the existing attributes, just let me know. I'll just scroll from top to bottom. Anywhere anybody found? The answer is what FHIR says. FHIR says there is a concept of extension. You can use extension to map the delta information which a source system is sending and FHIR. FHIR as a standard is not providing your attribute within a resource. Now the question is where you can use extensions. Now, just like we did Z segments feed it as a segment, we add it at the segment level and at the field level on the same lines. Extensions can be added at the parent level. We'll talk about what is parent level, and extensions can be added at the data type level. I will give you examples for both. Now let's look into what it actually means and now where you can use extension. I don't see any attribute which is mentioned here. Extension can. Then does it mean that I can use extensions in any resource? Answer is no. Where you can use extensions? Answer is written here. If a resource is following domain resource, we never talked about this domain resource. If a resource, I'm not saying you have to remember all of this, which all resources can have extensions. You have to look into the specification. Patient resource follows domain resource. If you click on domain resource and you just scroll down, you will find that there are actually 8 attributes which are mentioned here, and it says elements defined in ancestor. Where are these ancestors? One ancestor is domain resource. From domain resource, you are getting 4 elements. There are another 4 attributes which are coming from resource, which is another reference data type. Then we will learn about this tomorrow. Let's look into what is there. Now, whenever you will find a resource which is having a domain resource, you will get a provision to write an attribute extension or any of this sort text, contained extension or modified extension at the parent level. We'll talk about the data type level, but let's look into the parent level. Now let's see what it actually means. We learn the structure. Patient. This is how we used to write the resource. You can write all of these attributes. Now considering we want to write race. Now I will only talk about extension. You can write all other attributes of your choice. Now extension. We can write at the parent level what we can do is we wrote some data. We can use this data set that it is not looking empty. If we opt for the same data, what we built 2 to 3 days back, just to move this. Now coming back to the same example. Where is it closing? That's an unwanted bracket. Now let's talk about how do we write. We wrote some of the attributes like this. Now, if you have to write extension at the parent level, and I told that resource is following or is referenced as a data type as domain resource, you get a privilege to use these 4 attributes. We'll talk about contained when we will learn referencing text. Anything in textual format you can write. Now I'm more interested in extensions. What is this extension? Another attribute, just like how you wrote another. All other attributes, but there is a con in writing this one. This extension. Now it is repeating it is 0 is to star. What is the rule? What should I do? I will add a square bracket. Now I need to look into whether this is complex or not. I will click on the extension data type. I direct to attribute. It says URL is mandatory. It is com. I will add a flower bracket. Now first attribute is URL. Now this URL, it is URI, and I told you URI is nothing but a string which is starting with HTTP, and it has to be unique string which is identifying it as an array. It has to be http://abc.org/racecodes. I will just say racecodes. Now next one says value x. Now what I told you that x is a data type which needs to be replaced. Now where you can find that x, that is all theory. This is all theory. You can read here. whatever I am telling. Whatever is that x, the x value is here. The data type, it has given you all sort of values. Now considering we are going to work with value. String which is in a data type available. And I am saying agent is the race of the patient. Now, this is how you create an extension at the parent level. Whether this will be accepted by the end application or not, we will talk about it later when we will learn structure definition. But this is how you create extension at the parent level. I will give you one more example. There is a gender, right? There is a gender we created. Gender, gender. Or if not created, I will create now. Let's consider the end application is saying, I need rather than extension at the parent level. Can you create extension at the data type level? And tell me that gender is transgender. If you look into the code, I will go back close. I will go back. If you look into this administrative gender, transgender is nowhere in picture. It only talks about male, female, other or unknown. Now, how do you handle this scenario? Just you can definitely say you can write it at the parent level. But you should be aware how you write extensions at the data type level. Here, you can write it as other. What now writing? Just a comment, extension at data type level for primitive data type. There is a difference. Primitive data type. How do you tell that this extension? For example, even if you write extension, something like this, how do I tell? Then the application that extension belongs to gender and that this gender is primitive data type. What FHIR has created a concept is, FHIR has created a concept that you can use underscore keyword and you will get a privilege to use the entire attribute, the entire exact name. Whatever is the cardinality. It is 0 is to star. If it is repeating, you can add a square bracket, open close. If it is non-repeating, you will get a privilege to use flower brackets. And if you reuse this extension here, this will tell the end application that this extension is extension of the data type and that and the attribute is gender. Makes sense? And this is for primitive type. Let's look into. If the data type is already complex, how do you write extensions? Considering address. This was a real-time use case, which was put up front. And what the use case is? Int application once. House number 2 present as a separate attribute. Address. When I say separate attribute, if you look into the address data type, which is line, talks about street number and all, it will hold your house number also. But in case this was put in front, that data type is already complex. Now you can write extension here also. But if you have to write extension for line, how do you do it? Again on the same lines, you can definitely write one extension here. Because if you look into the data type address, it is following element data type. You have a privilege to write extension data type here. But if you have to extend a data type over here, under here, it is repeating. How do you do it? Over here, underscore line is something which you will use the same concept what we learned. This line is repeating. It is to start. we have a privilege to write a square bracket, and extensions are always complex. You have to put a flower bracket and then you can write your extension. Let me just replace something and I will just change the URL. Where did it go? It is here. I will just say num extend. They are looking for, let's say, string or integer. I will just say is 60, whatever. This is, you can, you own, you can, definitely, right? Extension. You have attribute. You need underscore with a privilege. Create extension within there. Practitioner resource schedule. Practitioner schedule. Remain constant. Extend collect. Practitioner mandatory. Extension with square red. Extension complex. Repeating up schedule month there already. Period. Thing. Period. The comp bracket the star hyphen there there of thing. Read schedule Tuesday with a practitioner resource, right? Shed constant the exact extensions present e- extension extension. Something. Something. Now comes a very important topic which is totally practical, not notepad things, which I will be doing. I will be working on Postman. Let's see, it is here only. I will be working on Postman. We will learn first few concepts, then we will learn on FHIR APIs. Before I move to the FHIR APIs, there is a concept. Let me show you the concept first. This is a very important concept. People need to understand it. I will make sure. I usually give one example when I am giving this topic or explaining this topic. I feel that provides more clarity. I will talk about that example in just a time. Here the topic is there are two sort of IDs present in a resource. When I say two sort of IDs, one at the parent level, patient identifier. Now in the domain resource, if you go, you will have 4 attributes, but this is following a resource. If you click on resource, you get a provision to add one more attribute, which is ID. I will not talk about others. We will talk about that in some time. I will talk about this ID. What is this? Here, let's talk about this. You get a provision just like you wrote a identifier. You get a provision to write ID. ID is something you can look into, the data type. It is alphanumeric and can hold special characters also. Where did it go? It is alphanumeric and it can hold special characters also. Something like this. I mean, it is usually a good, but totally depends upon how the server has implemented most of the server, the public server. You will see it will give you an integer value, but it will be a good. When I say good, it is an alphanumeric good separated by hyphens, which is implemented by most of good servers. What is this? ID. Now the question can be, can we map MRN of a patient here? If, then what will go in identifier? Then, if not, then what is the difference between this ID versus identifier? Here the concept is ID is known as resource ID. IDO, there is another term given to it. Logically, you will hear only these two terms for ID, nothing else. There is another identifier. This is always known as business identifier. We learn the concept of business identifier that with respect to hospital context, business identifier is nothing but MRN of the patient. MRN of the patient. Now what it means? In this case, MRN of the patient, we are saying it can be mapped in this. But can we map NRN here? Answer is no. Then what is this value? Now let me try to give you an example. Let's see the example now. Anyone has visited temple or a gurudwara where there is a shoe rack where you have to give your shoe and all the stuff. Any place, something of this sort. What I mean is this is Jodo. I have seen the concept in Gurudwara. Being a Punjabi, I have seen this concept. This is a person who is visiting a temple. Again, this is just an example. Don't take it with respect to religion and all. This is just an example. Just to showcase a concept which is prevailing. Let's consider this is a temple where this Jodo is going. Now what I see is there is a shoe rack. I will not go till here. My concept will lie here in this shoe rack. What is that? ID. And what is that? ID? What it actually holds. Who is that ID issuer? This person needs to go to temple. Here, when this person has to go to the temple, what he will do first? The concept in Gurudwara is, you cannot wear your footwears within the premises. Within the premises you cannot wear, but they have given a provision that you can give your shoes or whatever slippers you are wearing in the shoe rack. People usually are available for service. There are a few folks who are doing service here and they will take your shoes. And anybody who will tell me what they do, what is their experience? Not a FHIR concept, but anyone who will tell me what they do. If someone or their experience, they will go to shoekeeper. What is their experience? Exactly. That is what I was looking for. This guy is wearing a shoe. Now this guy will give his shoe. Let's say there are two people working. I am not worried about two people. I am only worried about the person who has taken my shoe. This is a person who has taken my shoe and he will give back a token. He will give you a token. Let's say the token number is 1. Now, how did this guy give a token? Wherever the placeholder was there. It is not like he removed somebody's shoes and he kept your shoes there, correct? That is not the case, right? Here, once the shoes are given to the shoekeeper, this shoekeeper will give back a token. Now let's see what is a CDR and what the CDR does. CDR is nothing but a logical software which is capable of accepting FHIR resources, and it will store the FHIR resources. Now considering, I have just kept one sample here. This don't worry how I am doing or how I am working on the APIs. We will learn in some time. Just understand the concept. Consider this is the shoe. This is the shoekeeper, which is a CDR endpoint. This is a public server I am using. Now if I will just click on send. HTTP APIs. There is something known as ID which is getting generated. If you see my payload, I didn't send ID. I did not send ID as an attribute. But over here, whenever I am giving this shoekeeper a shoe, hey sorry, I click. Whenever I am giving this shoekeeper my shoe, he is giving me one token. Let's say another person came. Let's consider this is another. I will ask Leling. This is another patient who came into picture. And he gave another pair of shoe to, let's say, same shoekeeper or another shoekeeper who is there. And if you see 45.9, they have a logic which is incremental. If you see, if I will send it one more time, this is again +1. This is again, it is a public server. I have the privilege to create duplicates also. I will tell you how to work on duplicates. I do have a privilege to work on duplicates. It is a public server. It is just a test server which you can use for hit and trial purposes. Now CDR, considering CDR as a shoekeeper. He is giving you a token back. This token is known as the resource ID or the logical ID. Anybody who will tell me what would be the use case of that resource ID or the token ID? Considering this as an example, that shoe is given and you have a token. Now you have to go back home. What will be the use case of the token? To uniquely identify the resource. And if you give back the token to this shoekeeper, he will give you the resource back. It is always like request and response. Because API is, there is a request and someone has to give the response. If you see, I have made changed from post to get. We will learn about what is post to get. This is the token which is present here. And if I just click on send, I am receiving the exact payload which is being sent by me. This is my shoe. For example, this is the shoe which I gave and the token number was 14766. And in return, he will give me my shoe back. This is how the data is retrieved back. There are different search operations we will learn today. But before we do that, I wanted to showcase this concept. Any questions? What is ID and what is identifier? ID is nothing but identifier, or a unique good, or a unique value assigned by the CDR to the payload. When you have sent something to the CDR, let me show you, or let me put forward the concept. The concept is, this is a person, again a temple. We'll not go to the temple. It is the concept lies in the shoe. Now this person is wearing a shoe. This person is saying, can you give me? Can you keep my shoe in? And provide me a token number of 1122. That this person is saying that I want a token number 1122. It is a lucky number for me. Please see if that works for you. Now two things can happen. The placeholder is free. Then only this person can give you the token, correct? For example, for the extraction, right? Sometimes for the book extraction from the database, assign a good. That good can be used. The Microsoft SQL Server to the FHIR resources in the ID attribute. That relationship from the database will still be maintained in the FHIR resource. Only important part is, not all server allows you to do this thing. Let's see if this server does it. Let's say, I will just give a random number. What you need to do is, you need to add an attribute which will. This is another concept we will definitely learn as of now. He asked me a question. Let's see if this server allows. We will learn about how do you know whether the server allows or not. And first thing is, cannot create resource. No resource ID. No resource with ID. And client. Not only assign. May only assign which is contained at least one numeric. They want some non-numeric digit also. Let's see now. I have to change it here also. Ctrl Z. I changed in the payload. I have to change it in the PA also. Hey, if you see the concept now, whenever you are providing the ID, this is how you need to provide the ID. And then you have to tell the FHIR server, please keep it at this location. I will learn. I will talk about it in the FHIR APIs concept. The C in the response has given the same logical ID where it is kept. Use cases. I will tell you. There is a database. Who has seen a database? A SQL Server database or any database? Considering you are creating a normalized database and you have created, for example, each row is marked as a good. You have marked this column as a good, which is uniquely identifying a row. There will be a good. Anybody knows what is a good? It's a globally unique identifier. How it looks like? I'm just showcasing an example. Can you move up? This is how a good looks. It's alphanumeric string separated by hyphens. There are algorithms you can define to write. If I wanted to show how the good looks, considering the database holds a good for each row. There is one good. There is another good. Another good. This good can considering hospital is moving SQL Server database to the FHIR server. Now what they can do is they can that we do have gates present can utilize the same good and maintain the same relationship in the FHIR. This is the concept. You can map the good coming from the SQL Server database and you can map it to the ID attribute. This is the use case which Hayden brought in. It works in some of the concepts where you can assign the good, but usually most of the CDR will say you don't have permissions to create the good. First thing, how you know that CDR allows you to create a good? You can definitely do a P code, enter, just like how I did. Solve the errors, just like how we. That CDR is just like I thought whenever we are posting the data, it is giving me an integer value. I thought it is on the same lines that if I pass a unique integer, it will create an integer or it will create a resource for me with the same logical ID. But what the CDR was throwing an error that if we are passing the logical ID, the CDR is saying, please create a logical ID, which is alphanumeric. That is where I created alphanumeric logical and it was accepting it. This is one. Another thing is we need to look into the capability statement. We will see what is capability statement. Is this concept clear? What is I? What is identify? Any questions? Before to the next one. A small topic on resource referencing, which we will learn. Let's learn the resource referencing concept in bundle. A different way that bundle concept we will be learning tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. I don't think we will be able to cover this today. Bundle concept we will learn tomorrow. There is a different way of referencing a resource, but let's see. If there are individual resources you are creating, how the referencing. I will take an example. The example control. There is a patient. Patient went to a laboratory and he gave blood specimen. And there is a report. When the report is there, it's an observation resource. Considering this to be one resource, this is observation. This is another resource. This is patient resource. This is patient. This is observation. Considering two things. Sahil was always saying that resource is self-contained. But if it is self-contained, we say this observation, which is coming from a lab, and this is, let's say, blood or a heart rate report, something, a blood test or a heart rate, some example, we will capture. If there are none of the patient, let's say, if there are none of the patient in one, and this is the report, how the linkage is there, and how you can post the depth to the CDR for that particular report. Let's create it. I will not pick something which is already there. Next. You just have to learn the concept. FHIR is the next concept. Before FHIR APIs, you should be aware of the concept, which is the referencing, because that is what we will be learning in the entire concept. Let's look into it. Let's say there is a patient. I am just giving, and I am considering that as Jodod. Considering that this is, let's say, and this is something is already created. What I am going to do, I will not use. It is which you will remember that this unique, if I will send it, it will create this resource for me. I will do one thing. I will copy this request. I will copy the response. I want to take an example. That example would be know the concept of referencing. Next, you will learn this concept only. I just copied one example which is lying in the FHIR, and this is an observation resource which is present in the CIDR. I will create over here. Observation resource is I just created. As you just consider, this is the observation which is going to flow from laboratory to the FHIR, and then it will be visible to the MR where the doctor is working on it. Considering doctor asked to capture the body height, this is the observation for body height for this particular patient. Now considering we created a patient where the men was 29,990, I'll just copy that. There's a no typo. How many of you think, and this is the value that person who what we have created, and I'm going to create this now, and this person is 173 centimeter tall. Now, anyone who thinks this will fail in this idea that this is the subject. One more thing is if I go to the observation resource, I'm going to see this one patient resource has no linkage to any other resource. It is only referring to for which organization it belongs. Organization is nothing but the hospital. If you are looking for a linkage to be provided between a patient resource and the observation resource, you need to find who refers to what when. When I say who it is, observation resource refers to patient. How I know? If I scroll down to the specification, it is saying subject, I never taught you a reference data type. This is the concept of reference data type. That subject is referring to either of them. It is Zoe. It is either of them. You can hold a reference of patient. Now considering this is an example, I have created a patient whose min is Menti9990. Now if I just go back and I will just paste it in the Postman, anyone who thinks it will throw an error because of anything, I'll just make it post. I'm going to send this data. Anyone who will think this is through this will throw an error. Or what is your thought process hidden? Will it work? Will it throw an error? Seizure will never know the min of the patient. Seizure will always know what is the logical aid where the resource is kept. This means if I will send this that there is a patient and this patient has this value, he will try to find a patient resource with this logical aid. If I will send this, you will find an error. Let's see what the error says. This is how people should learn FHIR. If you will directly learn the concept, I think you will never encounter. If I do this, what will happen? This is where it says resource patient with. This logical aid was not found in my CDR. Now, what should you do? That is where I copied the observation resource. I copied the response of the patient and the aid was this. This is the patient, what we created. Now, if you just change it to this value and it is a logical aid, just see the magic. It says, I have created it. This is how referencing works in individual resources. We'll talk about the bundle resource in separate context. This is how the referencing works. You can refer any resource anyway. Now considering this, I will talk about CDR. It is open question for me. We'll go back to FHIR APIs. What is FHIR APIs? API is a concept not within FHIR. API is a generic concept. I think the full form is Application Programming Interface. It is a concept where you have a request, there is a method. I will talk about all of this. There is a request. There is a requester. I will add. There is a method. There can be a payload and there is some sort of headers. I will talk about all of these. I think these are the 4 items which I want to cover within AP. Anything hidden you want to you think which will be part of API response, one response center, the way FHIR has standardized it. You just have to learn that concept. The way anybody writes AP, it is the same concept here also. How AP works is AP works on this concept. I will talk about this concept. Here base L where the server has posted the API. In this case, we have a FHIR server just like I will. Let's use this one only. We have a FHIR server. We have a FHIR server with the base L as this now FHIR. On top of it, the API needs to be hosted. The API concept is, this is the base server L. Then in normal terms, there is a context path. What FHIR has done is they have renamed that context path to the resource type on which resource you are working on now. This is the list of parameters I have added in the square bracket because these are optional. We will talk about these parameters, what it means. Now consider, if this is the request URL, how you build a request URL. Now considering method, what is a method? API, the concept of API has already defined couple of parameters which are for method. Now what is those methods? There are many already defined, which is get fireworks on, get post put, patch delete. No, nothing else. You will not see anything else. Patch is also rarely used. I just captured one example for you, but different people work on patches in a different way. You just have to look into the documentation. But we will touch base patch also. These are the method. Get means anybody who knows get fetching the record. Post means creating, or in the school terms it is inserting. Put means it is update. Patch means partial update, perfect, partial update or create. When I say partial update or create a recent use case, I will touch base that there was a use case that the resource already exists in the seeder. Can you just add an attribute within the existing resource? Only one attribute you need to add. How you add it? That is there. If resource already exists, can you just update one field of that resource? The answer is yes, that is the delta. I would say the delta you can put forward to the feature using a patch operation. I use the term operation specifically because I will talk about that operation keyword in some time. Delete is deleting a resource. In FHIR terminologies or in FHIR standard, deleting a resource is possible, but it is always a soft delete. It will always remain in the memory. I will talk about what is the soft delete. I'll showcase how you can retrieve the data back. But let's first look into how you can work with FHIR APIs. Considering what is there, let's consider the same use case first. Let's consider the same use case. We will work on the two things, read operation versus search operation. Anybody who can just give it a try. What is a read operation and what is a search operation? Over here, knowing the identifier. Hit here when see how people know the identifier. It is the logical aid, and that is what I told. It is very rarely used because nobody stages the logical aid with where the resource is being created. Now what is this read operation? As I have already told you, the building, the FHIR APIs is this one as, and this is read or search, which is get. You are asking the FHIR server, can you give me this? Now, when you say, give me this, either it will be a read operation or a search operation. Now, let's go back to the shoe keeper. This is my person again. This is a shoe rack. This is a shoe rack, and now this person has given the token. When this person has given the token, the shoe keeper will give the shoe back. This is a shoe, this is a token. Now, if you are giving the token back and server is giving you, or the shoe keeper is giving you your shoe, that is known as the read operation. That you know that where the shoes are kept and you are asking, give me the data or give me the item which is kept at this number. In this case, how we are building the API, we are what? I will work on patient first, that there are no confusions. This is the base. I will make it get. This is a get operation we are doing. It is either a read or search. This is the base server FHIR. I mean base all of the FHIR server. And it is hosted by the Happy. There is another one which Hayden uses, that is also by Happy. This is another one which I uses. There is another one from Monk. You can use either of them. Now, next is what resource you are working on. Currently, we are saying we are working on resource type patient, and in that case it is shoe. You cannot write shoe because CJR will not understand shoe. We are saying that I want my patient resource back, which I gave you, and in return, you gave me a token. Where is it? Hopefully we kept it. It is here, and in return, you gave me a token which is kept at this location. Can you? In this case, even if you remove this payload, does not matter. In the get call, payload is marked as blank. Postman will automatically delete it. This is the shoe you got back, and in this case it is the patient resource kept at this particular location using the location logical aid, or the resource it is retrieved back from the seizure, and this is known as read operation. We'll talk about this thing now. This is the most important part you have to understand. Now let's look into what are these parameters. Anybody, I being very careless, let's say I lost the token. I went to temple. While coming back up, in the Gurdwara there was a pool. I went there, I took a bath. In the meantime, someone stole or my token is lost. Anybody who will tell me how I will retrieve the data or how I will retrieve the my shoe back? This is what you can tell. My shoe is red in color, black laces. It is 10 size Nike shoes. Something you can tell all of the, I would say, the details about the shoe. Now we'll talk about there are chances that he will find more than couple of pairs. How you will retrieve the right one? Let's talk about that thing now. With respect to the FHIR context. With respect to the FHIR context, what is this search thing? Now let's go back to the specification. Nothing specific I am going to teach you. It is all in the specification, and theory part is also written. I don't teach theory at all. Now going back to the page of, I will go to patient resource. We are working on patient, and guys understand this concept. There is an assignment which will be uploaded today. Now very important part. This is the patient resource or patient payload which is there. Now let's see where are the search parameter. You just have to keep on scrolling. Theory party, please read it. I have no interest in teaching theory. Scrolling down till you find a section, and it is available in each resource. It is not that it is only in patient, open any resource. Out of 145 resources in R4, every resource has this section which is known as A12 tool, search parameters. Now what is this? Search parameters. You again have a specification defined. Oh, I have to again look into a specification. Answer is yes, you have to look into the specification. Now the concept comes is into what is the search parameter, how you can use it. Can you use all the search parameters? Can you search the? There is a question people usually ask. Can I search a resource based on any parameter which is present in the specification? Anybody who will tell me what can be the answer? This is patient. This is the entire list. Let's consider there are 15-20 attributes. Can you search the patient resource using all the parameters of patient resource in this specification? Let's consider there are 15 attributes. Roughly counting 15 attributes will FHIR. Make all of them as searchable. I don't know. The answer is written here. You need to look into the details. These are the search parameters. You can only search using these attributes from the FHIR server. Now another part is whether FHIR server. How do I know that FHIR server is accepting these parameters? That is another concept of capability statement. We will touch base in 20-30 minutes now. Now let's see in case. Another thing is over here. Considering birth date over here. Birth date is there. So, I'll give you one example, a very good example. Is there birth date? Patient.birth date. It is saying birth date is searchable and it is under search parameters. Can I use an? And the parameter in the specification also says there is a birth date attribute. Considering person has populated birth date and can you search? Can you just say to the FHIR server, this one / patient. Now I will tell you how do we write it. Birth date is equal to some value. Can you tell the FHIR server like this D as uppercase answer is no for the context path. For sorry, not the context for the X path. Patient.birth date. Where it went, patient.birth date. Again you have to read the specification from left to right, patient.birth date. The search parameter is birth date and it says you need to write a value as per the data type. We will learn now what it means. What? The example, what was given to me by Arsini, that there are demographic or their attributes. You will define that. My shoe is Nike, it is 10 size, it is black laces, it is red in color with a white tick on it. That is the same thing. FHIR says that out of it. Another example I would give you, within the shoe there is a sole, right? If you tell that within the shoe there is a red color cast, sole or below that there is a black color mark, those kind of things. You can mark it as non-searchable. On this param, on this front, there are few attributes FHIR has marked as non-searchable. Why they have marked as non-searchable? Please go and ask them, or please raise a ticket, or using proposal, change that is on them. They have declared a standard. Now let's look into what we can do now. Considering the same thing, you can tell that my shoe is 10 in size. Now let's see. This is we understood. Base server URL patient resource. Now those attributes are repeating parameters. Now let's say you will say gender. Now talking about, let's say you want to find all the genders. Doctor wants to find all the genders. You need to find the attribute from this. The key will be here, but you need to validate the XPath here. Patient resource. You need to keep on scrolling till you find gender. This is patient or gender. What is the key? Key says gender. This is the parameter. This is where I will copy from here. I will say gender. Now it is always a key value pair separated by equal to. How do I write a value? Can I put double quotes and say male? Answer is no. In FHIR API terminologies, there are no double quotes. If you just go back and click on this data type which is token U, it is telling that the value because the data type can be aligned to multiple search parameters. That is where they are writing parameter. They are not saying gender here. Even identifier works. On this one, we will talk about identifier. They are saying you can mention the value as code, which means you can tell what can be the gender of the patient based on the specification. The specification says the gender can be male, female, other or unknown. Where did it go? Or I missed it. Oh sorry, I went to a wrong page. If I go back here, gender says it is male, female, other or unknown. Considering the same example, what we have, where is my patient? Here identifier is there. Now I will just write the identifier. Where is the postman? On the same lines, I want to find patient using the men. How do I write it? I will go back to the specification. I will find patient.identifier. The value is identifier or the key is identifier. I will write identifier equals to how do I write this value. Now it is following the token data type. Now I will explain what is this token data type. You can directly write the value as this 1000 for which the patient we created. But considering you got 13 result sets. But there is another way you can tell the system. Let's say, considering this seizure, Sahil is also posting the data. Hayden is also posting the data. Sahil also created a patient using 1000 as a min. Hayden also created a patient using 1000 as a min. Now based on it, if there is a system which has declared that URL I have informed you. What is this system? This system is nothing but who has issued the min to the patient. How do you use it? That usage is also given in the specification that they are saying. If you know the system and you want to minimize the results, you can use either code directly. What value I have already given. Now, if you want to write system and value, the separator is pipe. I will go back to Postman. Now I know that identifier is equal to. I have written code. I will copy this value of system. I will copy. Hope you guys can see the pipe. It is small but hope you guys can see. If I send it now, I will get the exact same patient which I sent. Probably there are n number of patients with this. 13 patients with this system, and they said, and you can add more searches to it and you can figure out your right patient. Now, I wanted to cover this because there is a way this system pipe. This is written. Or another thing is, if you want that, tell me all the patients. You don't know the mins or you don't. You are not interested in men. In the public server, many people are posting the data. You want to know that the Apollo hospital is also feeding data to public hospital, which is not going to be the case. Apollo has given you a static string, Apollo/NNI, and you know that you want to pull all the patients for Apollo. Considering this is the URL for Apollo, you can just hit enter. You are not worried about the min of the patient. Consider here there are 18 result sets. Consider we were getting earlier 13. There are 5 more patients which are having this system, but a different min. There is min 77 some zeros. This is how you write the identifier or the token data type. Otherwise, these are the basic FHIR APIs. These are the base for FHIR APIs, but rarely used. I have been keep on saying rarely used. I will tell you why. Because it is not like patient. You will do multiple FHIR APIs. Just like, manner you will. You will fetch the patient and then using the logical aids, you will try to fetch the observation resources linked via the logical aid, not like this. There are advanced FHIR APIs which are mostly used and are prominent in the market. And every time you have to work on API, it is always the advanced level of APIs which we will work on. Any questions in the base FHIR APIs? How do you write? Because this one will be bit on the other end side it will be more on the technical front. Then let's learn the advanced concepts. The first advanced concept is known as. Let's go back to notes, the first advanced concept. This will be bit interesting, and these are the major things which are being used in the application, even for hidden. This will be very interesting. Chaining. What is the meaning of chaining? Chaining is, consider one observation for Mendanti 1. The use case is, Sahil is sitting in front of Dr. Who is it? J. Deepa. Silas is sitting in front of J. Deepa and doctor wants to pull all the observations for the patient using patient details. Now we understood that there is something known as base all. We will learn or we will directly write the app only. This is the base server all. Now what this resource type? We understood that this resource type is what you want to retrieve back. Here, what do we want to retrieve back? Anyone. We have to pull the observation resource from the seizure now, but we don't know anything about the observation resource. Should I go to observation resource and try what I can use or which search parameter I can use? I will open observation resource. I know the min of the patient. Can someone tell me how I can? I will go to the search parameters again. There will be section which will talk about the search parameters. This is the section which is talking about the search parameter. Can someone tell me what should I use to pull the observation resource? Where I know something about the patient resource, I will scroll down. Can I scroll down? There is a concept of subject and it says subject. This is observation resource. This is the patient resource. Observation refers to patient via the attribute known as subject. That is what we learned as a referencing concept. Now the chaining concept always work on the attribute. I'll show you chaining concept always work on the attribute which has reference data type. Subject has reference data type. Now, what is this chaining concept? Chaining says, if you are working on a resource, the considering observation resource, and you don't know anything about that resource, you don't know actually anything, you just have a reference. You know something about the resource which is being referred. That is where chaining comes into picture, that you can pull the deeds. You can still pull the details using the data from the reference resource using the concept of chaining. Now, what is that? FHIR API you need to build. It says you need to work on the parameter known as subject. Then if you put a dot and if you tell that if you put a dot and write the identifier just like how I did, then it will identify. Or 1 second. Let me put it in this front view first. First rule is identify the parameter which has reference data type. Once you identify which attribute has reference data type, and you should be knowing something about that. Second one is optional. I'll mark it as optional. If the parameter, if the search parameter you found has or can link to more resources, it is better to tell in the API which resource you are chaining to. Here, how do you tell which resource, considering the same example subject, can refer to patient, group, device or resource? But we know something about patient. We don't know anything about group, device or location, and we want to use something from patient resource to pull the data from to pull observation resource. How do we write this? Subject is the attribute. Using colon, you can tell if telling your API that we are interested in patient resource. Now, when you write this colon, you are immediately into the resource which is written next. If it is only one resource, you can directly write identifier also. That will also work. It is always better to write which resource you are in. Then, now you are in patient resource. Now you know min is mapped in identifier attribute. How do you write identifier attribute? You don't have to go to observation resource now, you and patient resource. Just now you learned identifier is a token data type based is equal to some system pipe value. Now you know that. Let's say I found one min, one observation for a particular min. Now same thing I did. I am pulling the. Anybody who will tell me the outcome of this, whether I will get the observation resource or I will get a patient resource. You know, correct. Now the answer is we will get observation resource where the min is linkage to this. If I click on send, there might be only one, there might be more. I found there is only one observation. If you scroll down, you found observation resource only and it is linking to subject is 400. Now if I will just open, I will just showcase. I am not fooling you guys. If I will just open and let's see if it is something. Is there a patient slash? Oh, there are 2 times copied. If I just open patient slash, this is the logical aid. I am doing a read operation you. If I will just open and I will just open the screen and see if there is a type of T. There is a patient whose min is this and I have also in my AP where is the chaining. I have also in my AP told that there is a min. I know something about the patient resource where the min is this. Can you give me the observation resource? It has given me an observation which is present for this patient and it says body height for this particular patient is this. If there are more observations, you will definitely get all the observations from that list. Now I will talk about hidden R. How do you restrict it? You need to add more parameters to get to that particular observation. For example, you have one heart rate, one SpO2 and one particular respiration rate. You can add a code of observation that you need this R for a particular patient. You can add more search parameters. You are going to fetch observation resource from the CDR. This is the CDR. You are going to pull observation resource, but you don't know nothing. You know nothing about observation resource. You know something about patient resource and observation refers to patient. And you are working on observation resource. In your query, it is base URL slash. It is observation slash. Then you are knowing something about patient resource. It is direct. It is from observation. You're going to patient. That is the direct reference. When you know something about patient and you're working on patient, you want to pull something for that patient and you want to pull the patient based on some criteria of the observation. At that point of time, it is reverse chaining because the referencing works like this. It is observation is referencing to patient. Patient never reference to observation. It is the reverse chaining. You are working on patient, but you know something about the observation. Makes sense? We'll talk about more in detail. First concept, what we learned is chaining. Now anybody who will, I think a guru already told that we are working on observation resource, but we don't know anything about observation resource. What we did is we did chaining. And I have already told chaining will always work on the reference data. You need to find the attribute and very important part. When I say very important part, what I was about to say is when we say that chaining will always work on reference data type. That attribute should have reference data type. It also means that, for example, subject is working on reference data type. But if subject is not available as a search parameter, then this is not the attribute which you can use. Is this point clear, guys? If subject is not a searchable parameter in this list, for example, it should be somewhere patient.subject. It is here and it is patient. There is one more patient subject, directly patient subject, and it is subject. That means if this was not present as a part of list, you cannot use this attribute for chaining. It has to be a searchable parameter. That is where the query which you are hitting will work, on the CDR. Now going back to the next one, the outcome of this was only observation resource. What we are saying, the CTR is, I know the MRN of the patient. Can you just do one thing for me? Can you just pull me the observation resource for this patient? ID. This is where you got one observation resource where it says I think it is for height. Scroll down. It is body height for this particular patient. And what is this? Is this the MRN of the patient? This is ID for the patient, logical ID where the resource has been kept. Now moving to the next advanced concept where why we added. I'll give you two examples. Why we added name of the resources, because if you go to the specification of observation and we found that subject is something which is a search parameter also and it is of reference data type. We can use subject for chaining. But if you look over here, right, subject can refer to patient group. Device or location group also contains identifier. Device also contains an identifier. Location resource also contains an attribute known as identifier. To tell which resource particularly you are referring, you are just as I said, this is optional. Even if you don't write, it will give you an answer. If I just remove this, it will still give you an answer. Here it becomes confusing that which resource it has to find. That is where it is always better to give. This is not type. You need to think about two things. Let me where we created a. What we are doing is, let me put forward what we are searching. In this case, it is not searching for this type. It is searching for identifier.value. It is not looking for type. For identify the type you need to check. And considering identify is and you want to search for a specific identifier and it should be of type MR. You need to find a search parameter whether type is searchable or not. Let's see if type is searchable. Again, you don't have to remember whether type is searchable or you just have to scroll. Considering this is repeating. Consider this is a driving license of the patient, which is patient giving at the time of registration. If you follow, it is or you can find. Either with this you can find, either with this, whichever matches, it will give you it will. It will find it in the entire list. When I say list, it is the object over here, the array object. It will find in all the objects. Wherever it will find, it will give you the search. Those sort of things are not documented. This is just even if you that question might come to a fresher when he's working in FHIR, considering I have two objects within identifier. If can I search with first one instance? Can I search the second instance? Answer is, when you will do hit and trial, then you will understand. I don't if I will search always with all the objects within the array. It is just you just have to pass on the value, considering the second part which you said. Asani, I will just give you an example for your understanding. PID segment, we learned you were there in the HLS and V2 classes. Not sure, I've not seen one. Or HLS V2 as a standard. S7V2 is also a healthcare standard. the messages will look something like this. It is not a FHIR standard. It is a separate standard which looks. I will just copy some part of it. It works on segments. Considering what is going to happen is this information is flowing from hospital. Hospital is saying, can you convert my HL7 V2 data to FHIR over here? This is considering, this is the given name. AS5.2 is the given name. Here cells will come. That is where the same value will go in your given name. It is not like you will create the same value somewhere like this, and then J will go as your middle name. Then this is your J. You will not create that space thing at all. It is the server who has to name given is hold. I mean given holds your middle name and your given name. Given can search any of the array list which is present in the CDR. Either you search with J, either you search with Sahel, space S dot. That is what you can do. It is always the key which you have to use. This is just a reference pointer that what it is going to search you. This is the key which you have to use. We can, that is your option, that FHIRs is, this is the patient dot name. It will search in entire. See again, I'm not creating this one. It is your use case. Now I have given you an example that Jodo comes into picture. You don't know what is the first time. You don't know what is the last name. You can definitely go ahead and say name is equal to Joe. It will search either Joe is the first name or Joe is the last name. It will give you a response where the patient resource contains Joe as the first name or Joe as the last name, or even prefix suffix. If you have that context, if you definitely know that given name is this, family name is this, then why do you want to complicate the FHIR search using name? You already know a search criteria which is saying given is this family, is this? No, it will only search in the given. Given says it will search in patient name. Given that is the expert, not in family for family. They have given a separate one. It says patient name, family, and it is the family keyword. Then the CDR behavior is wrong. You can raise a bug on the CDR. Definitely. You can raise a bug on the CDR, but before raising a bug, kindly check because see, FHIR is a standard. Someone is adopting that standard and they tweak the standard. I will give you one example. We have a CDR. When we worked with that CDR, we encountered that only the identifier use. There is an identifier dot use. They have marked one identifier needs to be usual. Other all identify needs to be secondary. That is the internal behavior they have added. That is not the FHIR constraint that says it has to be like this. We first encountered this issue and we were struggling to see what is the problem. Then we reached out to the edges. We reached out to the CDR team. Then they said, this is what you should do. It will work. Then we asked for a documentation. Where is this written? Then they said it is the old implementation. Some old architect did it. Now this is a bug they have raised and they accepted it and now they're reverting it back. People will definitely build a CDR using the FHIR standard, but there might be bug. There might be constraints they add. Before raising or doing something, please check what is the valid behavior on their side. Any other questions before we start with what is the next concept? If not, then yesterday, the first concept. I will extend the first advanced query. Our first I do once query was, can we get an observation resource? Considering Amarin. IBT1023 is the amarin of the patient who is sitting in front of doctor. And a doctor say at the patient is saying, can you pull my observations and see what is the issue which I am facing? He will give the amarin, and considering this is patient resource, you can give the name of the patient also. You can add any search parameter which is available now in patient, because now you are in patient resource. I was just giving you an example because we just built a query for the amarin. You can use name, gender, date of birth, any. You can add ampersand also. That is also fine. Now considering second part of it, where what is going to happen is you got the observation resource. If I hit here, you are definitely getting an observation resource. Over here, if you see you got observation resource, is there a query or is there I do one query where I can get both in single query? I want to work on observation resource, and currently we found that whatever we rewrite here as observation, we are getting observation. But is there a way I can get patient resources is that patient can see my, doctor can see my demographics? Answer is definitely yes. The concept is underscore include, that you can include another resource which is being referenced here. Over here you are working on observation resource. Correct. And you know something about patient resource. Patient resource is being referenced in observation resource via subject attribute. Now, what does this include? And how this include works? Include query works on 3 parameters. The syntax is include equal to. Now there are 3 parameters, :B, :C. What not can see is resource name, who is initiating the reference. Anybody who will tell me? In our case, it is observation resource. We have a patient resource who is initiating the reference to whom? Anyone, or I will ask questions. Can anyone tell me why this is observation? It is not clear to me. I was saying the syntax of underscore. We are working on the second advanced query, where the first advanced query we did was we pulled the observation resource based on the parameters of patient resource. Now we got only the observation resource. Now my concept is, can I get the observation resource and the patient resource? The concept is underscore include. The syntax is something like this, where I have told that resource name who is initiating the reference. Someone told it is observation, but I think it is incorrect. Anyone who will say this is correct and give me patient? It is patient. What I'm saying is the syntax is include a :B, :C. I is resource name who is initiating the reference. I got 2 options. Anyone who will still add another option, or considering this string, what should be a observation or patient? Anyone who thinks it is patient, and anyone who thinks it is observation, and why it is observation? Yes, that is where the option will have the value of observation. Now B, name of the attribute using which the reference is initiating, and it should hold the reference data type, and it should be a searchable parameter. And we have already worked on subject, and it is a searchable parameter. C is optional, and it will only come into picture where the reference considering this subject is referring to multiple resources. In that case, you need to tell which particular resource you are looking for. See, anyone who will tell me if I'm writing C, what it will be? It will be patient because we are asking it to include the patient resource. Your query will be something like this. It will be observed, it would be a CRV observation colon, subject colon, not dot colon, patient. This is the parameter. Now you need to add, and the query will look something like this along whatever is written here. What we will do is we will add ampersand because query parameters are separated using ampersand. Considering this is the query and I have written the same thing. I will showcase this later. I will just use a subject colon patient. I think I am. Now was something different. What is the meaning? I'll use this meaning. Now, if I click on hit send, what is going to happen is over here. It says it is only one result set found. But Sahil was saying you will get 2 resources. Let's see whether we got 2. But if you got 2, why this is one entry? There is one observation resource. Now if I close this entry, the second object says there is a patient resource also that, but why then it is 1? Total is 1 because this is working on another concept which is saying that the query, if it matches, I will show you one concept. Once you find a research or once you find a search response from the CDR, it will tell you what is the mode, whether it is the match mode or it is an include mode. Whenever it will be a search mode here and it says match, that is where the total count will increment. It is 1 and include is we have forcefully asked CDR to please give me a patient resource also, or I would say include patient resource also, that I can see the patient demographics also. And in this case, the search mode says include. Whenever include is added to the bundle, it will not increment the total count even by 1. It is just one resource, which is the observation which is returned in the total value. That is why it says 1. Any questions? Why it is 1? If not, then we will move to the next query. This is how you can pull both observation and a patient. Going back to the second one, I think the same concept with someone told, can we work on patient resource and get the patient resource based on something which we don't know about patient, but we know something about observation. Considering there is an observation resource which is having a reference to the patient. Let's see. Now doctor, the use case is a cardiologist. This is reverse tuning. I don't want to add this parameter as of now. This cardiologist is sitting in a hospital. He has some free time. He just wants to look for all the patients who has heart rate observation. In this case, he is not bothered about any details of the patient or he is not having any details of the patient. He just knows that a patient will have a heart rate observation and he will be my patient. Considering it is only one cardiologist sitting in that hospital. Considering that, as I expect when that concept comes into picture, you want to pull all the patient records. But you don't know anything about patient. But you know something, that there is observation for a patient and observation refers to patient. Now going back to the example, you want to work on patient resource and you know something about observation resource, but reference goes like this. It is reverse chaining. How reverse chaining works? You need to use a concept of underscore as we are working on patient resource. There is a concept of underscore has same concept. Who is initiating? That is the first one is 3 parameters. the name of the resource, who is using or who is initiating the reference. Then second one is code. Second one is subject. Subject is using what attribute you are initiating the reference and it is subject. Third one from the same resource. What is the search parameter you're using? It is code. We are saying the code for heart rate is 8867-4. This is the query. What is prepared, and you can just if you hit it on send. You can see all the patients which are there in the C, D, R and has heart rate. It is present in observation. I will showcase. Just give me 1 second. I will just do another query for you that you understand. Consider this is a patient and logical ID is 1. I will just do one thing. I'll just pull that patient for you that you can see. Hopefully there is only one. Over here, observation resource. If you see the screen, this is observation resource. Observation resource has an attribute code, and code will tell you what is the type of observation. In this case, it is as we discussed, we are writing an API for cardiologist. Cardiologist works on heart. He is worried about heart rate observations. All the heart rate observation resources for which are built using observation will have a code attribute and will have a code which will say 867-4, and it is a standard code from Loin dictionary. It is a billions of codes are present in this dictionary for different set of observations. This is the code what we used in our reverse chaining, and we told we are looking only for patient. But what we want is there is something in the observation resource. I know. And based on that, I want to pull all the patient who has those observations. This does not mean that the response, what we got, there are only these many patients. There are different patients who have different set of observations. But what patients we pulled? We are only pulling the patients who have heart rate observation and code. And this is if you just do a FHIR search. There is a FHIR search. It's a very huge page, a very informational page which is available, and you can use that page for doing all of this. I told you chaining. I told you underscore has everything is mentioned here. Now we will look into reverse include. Now extending this query where I am seeing the FHIR server. Let's see. I am seeing the FHIR server that whatever observations you are pulling, can you also pull the patient also? I will just, for example, over here, there will be a lot of patients which will be pulled. Let's see if there is any response to this query. First, because the CDR usually clears the query. Let's go back here only then. We pulled all the patient resources who has observation. Now what I am saying to the CDR is, can you also pull the observation resource? Considering we are working on patient and we need to pull the observation also. The chaining will be reverse chaining because observation refers to patient and we are working on patient resource. This is not the parent. Parent is this now. This is the concept where reverse chaining comes into picture. So, reverse include comes into picture and same syntax it holds. Who is initiating the reference observation? Using what attribute it is initiating the reference and subject colon. Now, what is the third resource? Patient. You will find the observation resource also included as a part of patient resource. It will be a big list. If you want a smaller list, what we can do is this will give you a limited set over here. If you see, this is one patient resource. I added one last criteria. Probably there will be one or more observation resource present for this patient. Makes sense. I think this is something which Snehal asked me yesterday, that if I got a query that where there are more result sets. It is on the same line, Snehal, that I pulled in the. If you are seeing my screen, I will do a Ctrl Z. I pulled all the patients and all the observations for that. In this case, what is going to happen is, let me do Ctrl N. I am pulling. This is a CDR. I will create. This is patient 1. This is patient 2. This is patient 3. This patient can have n number of observations, considering this is observation 1, observation 2, observation 3. This is also patient as n number of observations, observation 1, 2, 3. Another n number of observations. The outcome of the queries. Considering all of these are heart rate observation. The outcome of that query. Who will tell me the outcome of that query? There are 3 patients and 9 observations. What will be the outcome of our query? That the query what we run, where we are saying we are pulling all the patients who has heart rate observations and also include the heart rate observations for the patient. It will give all 3 patients and all the observations. Now considering, I am only interested in one of the patients. If I am interested in one of the patient, what I did was I got the entire result set. Either you can use now something from patient resource because you are already in patient. Now what I did was I will go to the patient resource. If you know that I am only looking for the patient who's identified as this, or you know the name of the patient, you can directly say I want to limit the search, and you can just say this is family. You can just say family is equal to this. And it will give you only for that particular patient and that particular observation. This is a patient and we give us the results at Ibarra. And this is a patient resource. And if I just minimize it, this is your might be. There are more observation because I didn't restrict on observation. I told for this particular patient, if you have n number of heart rate observation, please give me all the observations. This is the concept of reverse chaining and reverse include. Any questions? Because now another concept will come into picture. I will just talk some few basic concepts. Any question? If no, then I have one very basic knowledge sharing thing, which is that this is, you are doing a get call. And Sahil saying that CTRR works on XML, JSON and Turtle. Is it possible that Sahil is always getting JSON? But in my context, if there is a requirement, I'm saying if there is a requirement, can I get the answer in XML or in Turtle format? If JSON is required by default, CDR will always give you in JSON. But is there a way I can tell that my request is in JSON even if you're posting, but you want a response in XML? This is a basic thing which is there in API terminology. Except is a keyword. Sorry, there is a typo. Except is a keyword or a header which holds a property. If you're working on actual FHIR CDR server, the value will be. If you're actually working on a CDR server, it will be application/FHIR JSON FHIR plus X and FHIR plus turtle. This is also an exam question. This is what you need to send. Here Postman does something of his sort. Even if you let's try if this works. If you give something like this and you just say I need output. When you say accept, it means that you accept data in the XML format. Let's see if it accepts in XML. This is the way you can tell the FHIR server that I am expecting the response in the XML format. JSON seems to be pretty easy. This is the way the XML data comes out. If you like reading the XML better, then please go ahead and work on XML. I think for turtle it is turtle or RDF. Let's try title URTLE or RDF. Let me check what is the right one. Turtle work. If you want in the turtle format, this is how it will look like. I have limited knowledge on turtle. I will not go in details, but this is a concept which I wanted to tell that you can tell the FHIR server even if you're creating a resource. For example, here, bundle. I think we were posting a bundle resource. We are always posting in JSON. If you're posting in XML and you need to then pass a header which will say content and you need to tell application/FHIR plus XML, that CDR will understand what is the model construction model you have used for creating the resource and what is the format he can accept. Now let's look into a couple of more advanced concepts before we move to bundle concept, which we will be learning today. There is something known as wait. Let's go back here. Here, I will not do a get call, I'll just do a post. Let's see what is there. Guys, any questions? Or this was too difficult for you? Now the concept which I'm going to teach you, these concepts are mostly used because you don't want to create duplicates in the CDR. I will take the examples. Let me just first considering this. Let's use a new one. Something I just use a random identifier. Now what is? I will make a post call. This concept is not used as it is. This is used in the bundle concept, but you should know the base, how this concept works. Now, I have already told you that there is a patient resource which you are going to create. Let's consider the patient resource is create. The data is flowing from the hospital information system. And consider, let's give you an example. A gender, let's say this person was female. By mistake, the hospital receptionist selected female from the drop-down and the data came to your integration layer. You created a FHIR bundle out of it and now you have posted the data. Now another, what is going to happen is if they're going to update the data from there. How do you think we will be working on just saying male and it will say considering? It has said 2T1. It has created this. If I do post again, it will create another resource for me. What it means is one resource is wrong, one resource is right. Is there a way I can tell the CDR, just please do some preconditions before you create the data in the CDR? Is there a way? The answer is yes. There are two ways you can tell the CDR. There are two ways you can tell the CDR that. Please check couple of preconditions before you create the data in the CDR. One is known as conditional. Create. People call it conditional update. Sorry, conditional update not updated. Another one is known as conditional create or post. People call it as two terms. For upper one, it is only one. Let's look into what is conditional create or post first. Now let's go back to conditional create. Let's see what example is here. Here also what I'm doing is, let's go back. Let's create a new identifier. I added a new identifier. Now very important part, how will you tell the CDR that you want to do some preconditions, and if that precondition passes, then only you create this patient. Now conditional create means you are going to tell CDR using a header which says if none exists, then only create this resource. In this case, what you do is you pass if none exists and then a search parameter with a value. And if this is true, which means this search criteria didn't match, then only the resource would be created. Otherwise, this request will be just set as success, but there will be no action taken on top of CDR. Let's see how this is done. Considering this is a patient resource I have created, how do you tell the CDR that I want a precondition? I have already told you it is a header. Here the header says if none exist, and in this case we are using identifier which is going to be unique for a patient, and we have added identifier as HTT:/AB/. Sorry, patient identifier. This is the same way we write the token data type. Token data type says system pipe value. That is what I have written. Now what is going to happen is my payload also holds this value. If this string is not present in any of the patient resources existing in the CDR, then this resource will be created. If you do send, then it should say 2T1 and it has given me a logical ID. This means it has created a new resource. If you do send again, if it gives you 200, that means no action has been taken by the CDR. If you see, the logical ID is still the same, 14868. Any questions? What is if none exist or conditional, create or post? If not, then let's look into what is that we are doing. Now I think I spoke about, there is a delete which is always a soft delete. What is going to happen over here is, I'll fetch a patient resource. I think the ID was some of the IDs, one is there. Let's see. There is a patient resource with ID 1. Can I delete this resource? Answer is definitely yes. Please go ahead and make sure. You will never be asked to delete a resource because it is all clinical data, all interlinked. But you should know the concept. If you delete a resource, there is all references found. We need to find a patient resource where you understand all of this right. That if a resource is having a reference, you need to delete that reference resource first and then come back and delete this resource. Let's see if any reference is there. We can delete this resource 14A66N. We can delete this resource because there is no reference present. It says 200. Here somewhere it will be saying successfully deleted one resource. Somewhere more information. It deleted in 4 milliseconds. Beautiful. Now, when I will do a get call, what is going to happen? Will it give me data? It will just tell you that the data has been deleted at this particular time frame. Now, how do you get this data back? If you just do _history, this is where the resource comes into picture, that now you found that this resource was deleted and there was this resource which was created. How do you get back this resource? You need to do a put operation on this resource. How do you do it? You need to do a put operation, then only you will get the as per FHIR standard. What FHIR says is, even if you're not maintaining the history, meaning you're not maintaining the older version, you should be only working on the latest version. Whenever I will ask you the information, just let me know the latest information. FHIR is not forcing you to maintain the history. It is on the CDR. You need to check for the capability statement, which is the next topic here. We will just talk about what is capability statement. You need to look into the capability statement. What is the capability offered by the CDR to the implementers, and based on it, you will be able to derive whether it is maintaining the history or not. By default, whether the CDR will maintain the history again. Answer is yes, no or maybe. Who will tell the right answer? Either you directly talk to the CDR folks, or what FHIR says is an interesting topic. FHIR says that you should host the CDR should host a capability statement which will tell the implementer what is the capability of the FHIR server. We will talk about it in just 5 minutes after we finish this concept. Here the concept is you can find the history and then you can just directly do the update on this patient. I think this patient already existed. We will directly do it here only. Now, if you for doing the update, you ought to need to do is put, and you need to do 488067, and you need to add an ID attribute which will tell the CDR that the logical ID is already there. And now if you do a hit, you have updated it, and now if you try to do a get on this, let's see. Now, if you do, let's first do a get over here. I will remove this resource. Now let's see what it says. It should say that resource is retrieved. Version history is 3. Now which version considering, which history consider? If you want to know what all changes have been done on this resource, you can tell history, then you can tell the version also. This is how you can tell that I want the first version. This is the version 1. You want second version. I think the second version was the deleted one. Let's see. It says operation outcome resource was deleted at this time. This is the second version. What is the third version? The third version is the updated version. On the same lines, you can figure out, consider someone behind the scenes. Someone updated the resources. You want to track what all changes have been done on the resources. You can use the history and based on the version, you can track it. Next concept is capability statement. I think we are almost about to end the FHIR sessions also. Last session would be the tomorrow's session, where we will cover a use case and the bundle concept. Here the capability statement is, I have been talking about this. Nobody asked me. Then whenever we are sending the data, how is the CDR validating? Or we'll go back there. We will go there later. Or let's talk about this one. How do I know that CDRA, which I'm working on, can support patient resource? Can I read a patient resource from CDR? Can I write a patient resource? Can I do a patch operation on CDR resource? How do we know that? That out of 145 resources, let's see scroll up resources. Out of 145 resources which are listed in this big grid, is it mandatory for the CDR to host or support all the resources? Answer is no. FHIR says, even if you just support a capability statement resource, that is good enough. You don't have to support all of them. Now let's talk about, let's say in the capability statement, you found that patient resources supported. How do I know that? Can I do a read-write operation on it? Which all search parameters? Patient resource, we found there are 10-20 search parameters. Will FHIR server is supporting all the search parameter? Answer is definitely you need to look into the capability statement. Now what is this capability statement? And where I can find the capability statement? Very interesting, very huge resource which you will get as an output. You need to do a metadata call on the FHIR server base URL. This is the base URL of the FHIR server. And if you do a metadata, if this is an internal string to FHIR, if you send metadata, you will get a resource which is known as capability statement as an outcome. It is a huge resource. I'm definitely telling you it's a huge resource. Very, very big because it will tell you what is supported, what is not supported. You need to look into it slowly. It is not like in one shot. You will be understanding this resource. Starting with it, this is the software details. Another thing, someone who will tell me how did they come up with this structure. And why this is ID? Why this is name? Can I get on a different FHIR server as a family name here? Or status to be something. Pre-status date to be to date of birth, publisher to be I am the publisher. Can I get any different attribute on a different FHIR server? It is identified in the resource and capability statement is also a resource with the similar specification which we have already learned, that there is a grid, there are attributes, there are flags, there is a cardinality, there is some data types and some description. And you know how to read and write a specification now. On the same lines, if you just scroll down, I will just talk about over here. If you see, this is what I was saying. This is how FHIR server understands the MIME type. This is in actual technical terms. This is known as MIME type or people call it as headers also. Now this is from here it is starting. It is starting from resource account. What all things? This is a base. I will talk about this profile later. Let's not go there. Interaction. Interaction will tell you what is. Let's talk about patient. You might be interested in patient or it will be easier for you to understand patient. I am in patient. It says I will not talk about profile. It is a different concept. Interaction, you can create it, you can delete it. It says history is also maintained. Type, patch, read, update. Search type is all there. Conditional create update. You learned just right away. Conditional delete. Deleting on some conditional parameters. Now this is where if you have a question whether the search parameter which I'm going to use is supported in the FHIR server or not, this is where you can find all of them. Reverse include, you can use this. Now scrolling down, there will be search parameters also. Here it starts with here. You can search based on language. How come they use this language? This is a search parameter available within the FHIR patient resource under search parameter section. Do you remember I told you birth date is a search parameter? On the same lines, diseased address state. All of these are search parameters, and slowly, if you read everything, you will understand. That capability statement will tell you what all resources are supported, what all operations you can do, what all search parameters are also supported. This is a resource, very important resource. People usually ask in the FHIR exam question which resource is used by the FHIR server to host its capability. It is actually capability statement resource. Any questions? What is this capability statement? If no, then I was looking into this flags. I remember one more concept. I might not have a query, but I will just show you a very basic concept. I will go back to the patient resource only. If you remember, I told you a concept that there is a summary flag. There is a summary flag. FHIR says that that is a good to have attribute within the resource. Any query which I can perform on the summary flag, any query, you might not use it in your daily day in, day out activities, but any CHL told identify as a summary flag name is having a summary flag. Telecom has a summary flag. Anything which I can do on top of it. Let's see what best you can do. I will tell you I will open this query. I will just do a get call. Now, if you want to tell the FHIR server that you want a patient resource, let's consider. I think there is a patient resource, something like this. Let's see. Did we get anything? Where is that? We did some patient right. MMRIB something or this patient. This postman is working very slowly. If I'm working on this patient resource, can I just ask the FHIR server, just give me you're returning me the patient resource, but I'm not interested in all the attributes. Do you have a provision to provide me? You are always saying that there is a summary flag. Summary flag, it is good to populate. Do you have an API which will only list down the summary attributes for me? The answer is yes. And the parameter is underscore summary equal to true. If you scroll down, you will only find, considering that data set, what was posted. Let me give you an example. Considering the data set, what was posted? The birth or marital status is also posted, but in the outcome you will not find this marital status because you have said that you only want attributes which hold the summary flag. Guys, is this query clear? Now talking on the same lines, is there a separate query? I will talk about the same instance. There is something. What is this? There is some attributes present in the resource. Is there a query? I'm not sure if this server supports it. I have not tried it. Is there a query where you can tell, or is there a search parameter or a parameter using which you can tell that I'm looking for a patient resource with this identifier and I don't want all the attributes. I want only limited set of attributes. Can I tell the FHIR server only give me identifier name? The answer is, I think it is element or elements. Just let me give it a try, guys. I don't remember the right keyword, but I will just let you know. Let's see. This FHIR server is not supporting. There is an attribute which says element, and if you provide the list of elements using a comma separated value, it will give you the resource only using that set of attribute. But here it is giving everything. Let me search in my. No, this is itoad name, right? It is. Identifier is also coming. Name is also coming. This is where you can give a number of attributes and it will only return that set of attribute. Again, it is nothing to remember. Everything is present in a page which is a search page. Elements. If you go, all of this is already mentioned. I am just using the concept to explain what it means. It was elements, not element. That is why the first query didn't work for us. Moreover, why for me the CDRAR should have thrown an error that element is not a search parameter and it is a public server. That is where the outcome didn't throw me an error. It just gave me a partial result based on the first search parameter. But on the strict FHIR server, you should get an error. That element is not a search parameter. Any questions? If not, then there is a small concept of a patch is rarely used. I have kept one example, a very rarely used concept. I will show you the concept. And there is an API documentation. It is in a separate way. What I am doing over here is, let me just show you. First, there are two concepts we will cover after this. One is we are looking for patch. Another one is your contain. And the next one will be the bundle concept. Now over here, let's say we got a resource and we just want to update one of the value. Now, rather than building the entire thing, can I just update this status? Let's see procedure, what all statuses are there. Procedure file arf. If I just want to update one operation, you can definitely use this update. Build the entire resource and just say status is now a new status value. But is there a different way to do it? Let's say it is completed. Let's mark it as completed. Now there is an existing resource where it is in progress. I want to use patch operations. Patch is always working on operations. There are different operations defined. I will give you a URL. You can read about it. There are different operations. You can add an element also. Then the operation will be add. This is the path which attribute under procedure you want to change. And what is the value? This is the new value I am giving. This is all the syntax I just copied from the sorry. This is wrong. Completed we want to put. Now, if you just do a patch operation, very important, it has to be a patch operation. And if you just do a send, it is saying it is 200. And now, if you do a get call over the bundle, it should mark this as done. This is get call. This is a send. This is saying it is marked now as completed. Let me just give you some documentation of this. There is this one. This URL is the one. I will put it in the chat window. There are different patch operations, different patch modes. Actually, one is replace, one is add, there is a remove. All of these are there. You just have to look into the structure. I just copy pasted one and I tried. It is working. And it is a rarely used concept. This is from here. I have just copy-pasted one of the query. I just tweaked it into what I want to do and it worked for me. These are all the operations you can try. This is same concept. I don't know what is test. You might read it. Remove, add, replace, move. Copy is something which you can read from this list, and it should work for you. I have sent the link for your reference. You can just give it a try. It is the official patch operations link. What it does, how it does, you can definitely look into it. What is the first parameter? What is the value of the second parameter? What if there are trials? You can add the trials also, something like this. All of this is already mentioned. You just have to hit and trial for the patch thing. Next one is R. I go here. A small concept which is known as another referencing concept. Referencing a FHIR ENCIG concept, which is contained rarely used. I will tell you why it is rarely used. Let me show you an example also. Contained. Contained here. I'm looking for documentation. There is a documentation for contained. I will show you the examples. Source is it here. Let me find them. It's a referencing concept. It should be under references. Contained resources. For examples, you can go here. I will just teach you the concept. What is contained? We looked into. Let's go back to the patient resource. I think there is a condition resource example given. I will go back to condition FHIR R4. We will showcase an example what is given in this page also. Let me show you also. Over here, there is an example given. We will definitely look into this example, but let's first understand what is this contained all about. Why is Ailey saying it is rarely used and not a good approach for referencing? What happened? Research. Condition. If I go to condition resource, you have already understood how to read a specification, and we understood that out of 145 resources, 3 resources does not follow domain resource. But in this case, this is following domain resource, and you will get a provision to write a contained attribute. What is this contained now? Now let's see, what is this contained? Considering we are working on condition, resource type is condition. Now let's go back. Let's say we populated. If I go back, I'll just sit back here once. Let's say we populated n number of attributes considering. I will just take an easy one and then I will move to the example. Let's say I populated identify. Let me copy one identify from here. Again, I'm not writing anything, or I will do one thing. I will use the examples. What are given here? JSON. I will just copy the clinical status and I am looking for verification status, and I think this is good enough for me for my condition resource. Now let's see, what is this contained? I have created This is what I wanted to create in my condition resource. Now, very important aspect. As I said, condition resources are adhering to domain resource. That is the way you get a provision to write contain there. Once you have a privilege to write contain, and you can write it at the parent level anywhere. You wrote contained. Anyone who will tell me how do we write contained? It is another attribute, the same concept. Left to right, it is repeating. It is square bracket. Now, when it is a square bracket and it says resource, wherever you will find it says resource, not this resource. It says resource and it says contained in line resource. It means you can write any resource out of 145 resources present as part of R4 release. How do you write a resource? You write a resource like this. Now let's consider the example, what they are also going to write. They are working on practitioner resource. Now I am going to write a practitioner resource. I have to open practitioner resource. And the concept is why you use contained only if you don't want to write a separate resource and then provide a referencing. Here the concept is you don't want to write a separate resource. And second concept is you have very minimal information about the second resource. That is not will make more sense to the end application. And you are opting for contained thing. Now let's go back to do they have JSON example. Same example I am also taking. They have written condition resource contained. They've entered. They are writing practitioner resource. Now what example I am giving you is they are only worried about a small list of attributes. Consider this name. This name I have populated. Now for this, they thought it is not feasible to create another resource and then do the referencing part. What they did is they used or opted for contained as a mechanism, which is another referencing mechanism. Now, what is going to happen is here you opt now. How did I know that name? Can I write? It is within the specification of practitioner resource. Within practitioner resource, if you go, there is an attribute name. How do you write name? It is another attribute going from left to right, looking into the cardinality, looking into the data type. You wrote name. Now, how do you tell that this is contained or this is referenced within condition? The concept is you need to create an attribute which is ID and you can give any random thing here. You can also say Sahil but with the prefix hash. You can also give anything and everything is. Preferred one is quid, but it is if you give anything and everything. As I've given Sahil here now, once you are out here, you are out back in the condition resource. Now you have to go back to the condition resource. And you need to find attribute which has the reference to practitioner. If I go back to condition resource, scroll down. If I go back to condition resource, I found where is it? This is which one? This is condition. If I scroll down, do you see anywhere practitioner? I can see there is a actor practitioner. Is there anything? Which one? This is R5. I will to R4. I think there is an asserter. That is the example they have also given. There is an asserter which says it has a reference to practitioner. You can use recorder also. Now, how do you? You are back in the practitioner resource. You can write double quotes ASSERTER:. Then it is non-repeating. Now you have to look into the data type. Data is complex. I know that reference data type is complex. Now here, if you go to reference data type and you need to pick the reference, Here you would pick to FHIR and you just have to say in double quote is #Sahil, not at the rate it is hash. This way, the CDR will note that there is a prefix hash, which means the resource is contained within itself. And you will be able to create a resource and there will be a reference to this resource for a practitioner resource, just like you just wanted the minimal information. But only con or a drawback using this content is the chaining, reverse chaining, what we do. For example, you want to know who gave this condition to this practitioner who gave this condition to this patient. Who is the practitioner for this? Those sort of chaining, reverse chaining, will never work on it. For that you need a separate resource. Here it is contained. That is where it is just holding your information, but it will not work for you. Now considering the same example, the concept, I think the payload I have already copied. Here it has to be hash. Hash is missing. Now, if I just send it, it will be capable of accepting the payload. It says to review and created. And the payload is created using the reference also. Only drawback. I have already told you you cannot work on chaining, reverse chaining, if the data which you know is contained within the resource. Any question? What is this contained? Any questions? If no, then I will move to a bundle concept. I just have one. This is a good example also. Any issues, any questions, concerns? The concept of now we are going to learn is today we will close after bundle. The concept is a bundle concept. Anyone? I think Asani has already pitched in what is bundle. I will not talk to you Asani now. Anyone who will tell me what is their understanding of a bundle, not a FHIR concept. If I tell you that there is a bundle, I will tell you 2000 rupees per bundle. What is the understanding? Anybody who will tell me? It is now with respect to money. You should definitely answer. Collection of something is definitely a bundle. Yes, exactly. In this, when you are working on FHIR, you work with resources. What do you think will be collection? Bundle of resources. How do you think I have just kept a cache sample? I will brief you about the sample. You can rewrite it very easily. What do you think? Is there a specification given for this? Bundle is also another resource where the specification is already given. If you go to bundle, resource specification is already given. You can opt for anything. Again, starting with the resource type, bundle type, you can pick anything. You can populate identifier also. Any identifier for the bundle you can create in the sample which I am showcasing, and you know how to create a data type now. This is mandatory. That is why I am the example which I am showcasing. It is populated, and most of the time when you are creating a bundle of resources, it will always be of type transaction. And the response which will come from the CTR, it will hold as transaction response. We look into it. This will be transaction timestamp. At what time you are creating, I have not added totally fine. Total how many resources you have included. You can include it totally fine. I want to talk about the interesting part link. Whether this bundle links to another bundle, which is I have not seen in my 11 years. If you find that as a concept, please feel free to use link. I am more interested to tell you what is this entry. This entry is the group of resource object. What is this resource object? Any resource which you want to bundle or group within the bundle resource. Now, very important part. There are a couple of things which you need to know for this bundle thing. Entry. How do you write entry? It is very simple. It is 0 is to star. I added a square bracket. Now, this is complex based on how it is defined. I added a flower bracket. Now coming inside, I didn't want this. Full URL is very important in the bundle concept and you need to understand this. What is full URL? FHIR says this, I need to make it then language as none. Full URL is referencing mechanism. Another way, guys, whatever referencing, I have told you that creating one resource at a time, nobody is doing it in the real-time scenario that you create one resource, get the logical ID, then create a second resource, then create a logical ID and refer it in the resource. Not like that. They are always working on bundle resources where they are grouping it, and when they are grouping it internally, only they are saying this resource is referencing to this resource. How they are doing it? I will tell you the mechanism. This is a full URL is a referencing mechanism. How it is created? The syntax is you need to have a static key as URL : usual ID and then a random generated grid. This is a random generated grid and it has to be unique within the bundle. This entire combination has to be unique within the bundle. And now talking about the second attribute. It is saying resource and it says resource again, a resource in the bundle. Out of 145 resources, you can add anything and everything. In this case, I have added a document references source. You need to go to. The specification of this is not required. I can't remember. This is document references source. Go ahead, feel free to open document references source and populate a number of attributes which you want to populate. I just populated a base64 encoded PDF content. It's not even basic. I've just ended a random content. I will talk about this subject in just some time. Now, if I scroll down, there is a request method. This is also very important in terms of bundle. This is a request method. You need to tell that whatever you are doing in Postman, that you are doing a post. Your method will tell what is the method you are using. Yeah, will tell on what resource you are doing. Now there are different ways. If you want to do conditional update, you can add parameters here. Identifier is equal to KISS system pipe value. But make sure that that parameter should exist in your resource, otherwise it will fail. This is how you can do. This is a conditional post. If you're doing, I will do two things here, Ctrl G, Ctrl G. Now if you want to do conditional update, there is how you will do it. It will be put document reference considering identifier is populated. Identifier is equal to some system pipe, some value which is populated in your payload. I have a conditional post which is below. And I will show you. This is now, as it is entries, array of objects. I am creating another object within it and it is a patient. Now the same concept for URL, a unique GUID which will be created dynamically. Resource type, you know how to type a resource. I opted for patient. This is not required. This is a sample which I got. This is patient resource. I have populated patient going down. This is all the things coming from patient. Now the next thing, when you are done with the scroll back, When you're done with the resource, next thing you have is request, which you're opting for. Request you are going to create. It is a post you are saying URL on what resource you are doing to perform an operation. If you learned about conditional post or conditional create, this is how you need to write if none exists, and the syntax is also, this is not. I have given. If you just click, scroll down. If none exists, I have chosen from here. If none exists, it is a string and I know how to write a string. It is identify is equal to system pipe value. This will exist somewhere here. Now what is this full URL? We talked about. Patient is referencing to document reference via a subject attribute. If I double click on this, or I will do Control F if I will. If I say count, is it 1 only? One second, this has to be the same thing. This is example created by someone. I don't want to showcase a bigger one because you will be confused. What is going to happen is the full URL which you are, for example, you want to say patient is referencing to document reference via subject attribute. The full URL of this patient resource will be exactly present here. If I just do Control F now, it will be the same because I did it. Over here it is the full URL. That is why I said full URL is a way to refer one resource within another resource. And you can club a number of resources. It is not only 2 resources. If you see the sample which I built here, this is actual sample from our code. You will find the full URL which is getting generated. Full URL, this is our patient. You might find it is being referenced at many places. If I do next, there is a subject where it is referenced. There is another subject which is referenced, which is this. This is another observation and all of this. This is how you tell FHIR server that there are 2 resources which are referenced between each other and both of them are lying within the same payload. Now, if you just do Control copy and if I do post, let's post it. I'm copying the same exact bundle. I think I did some manual task here, right? Somewhere I added something. Oh, not this payload. I added this. I can remove this and if none exists, this is. I'll copy this. I will Control A. Even if there are errors, it is good. I want error to come because errors will definitely help you to learn more how to fix those errors. Now let's post it. And bundle resource. You can either put bundle here, but most of the time the bundle group of resources are always posted onto the CDR base URL. You can write, feel free to write bundle there, it will work. But if you don't want to write, this is the way you can post it to this endpoint. And here, as I said, the type is again. This is another resource which is again of type bundle. And as I said, it is a transaction response. What it is telling me that the first entry document reference it is created. Second entry, it is updated because if non-exist was there and it met that criteria, it has not created that resource itself. It already exists. If you want to know where it exists, this is the ID which is already there. Any questions on what is bundle? Or how did we generate this? I mean, I took a sample because we cannot generate it manually. It is huge. I just took a sample to explain you how it looks. And trust me, this is a sample which I will tell you one more concept which we explored yesterday and it was a learning for me. We created a sample via code and we need to explain this thing to a functional people because functional people might not understand XL, JSON and the relationship which the resource is holding between one resource and the other resource or one or more resources. If you see the size of scroll bar, it is huge. This is a sample which is generated out of ORU. ORU message coming from EMR, EHR. It is telling that these are the list of observations present for that patient. It is all relationships we have maintained within our code base. Now is there a tool? This is my new learning. You can find more tools. There might be more tools, but this is my learning. I will tell you the use case from where I'm coming. I was asked that I need to showcase this payload to someone. When we say to someone, my question was whether he's a technical or a non-technical person, because technical people will be understanding this is, and talking about the leadership folks who have 30, 40 years of experience. I don't think they will be liking someone showcasing them a JSON or XML format. They will be with some diagrams. My initial thought process was, I will use the PPT or a Visio. I will formulate that there is what my plan was. I will create a couple of boxes, something like this, that these are the list of. I will say this is patient resource, this is encounter resource, this is diagnostic report. And there is, let's talk about observation. Patient refers to, this patient refers to, this patient refers to, this patient refers to. I mean all of this. I will just put some arrows and I will try to showcase how that relationship is maintained. Then my thought process was how this is maintaining the relationship using what attribute. I thought I will write patient is referring to encounter using subject attribute. All of that I will write it, XYZ things. And then I thought, but let me just give it a try. That end goal I have it that if I don't find a tool, I will be having a PPT or a visual where I will do this thing. But luckily I found a tool which is a CleanFIR. CleanFIR is another website. They have a bundle visualizer. A good one. If you are seeing my screen, this is a bundle visualizer. I just added my bundle here. If you see, everything is mentioned here. Patient is referred by these considering diagnostic report. It says it is referred to patient via subject attribute a diagnostic. Let's scroll up. Diagnostic report also refers to organization via performer attribute. It is not FHIR is saying to refer. It is the payload which I have given. I just gave this payload to the CleanFIR bundle visualizer, and you can use the visualization what they've built to tell some non-functional people that this is the relationship we are maintaining. Where you can get this graph? It is a CleanFIR. If you go to CleanFIR and if you click on bundle visualizer, I just created one. I was showcasing the other example. There is a document reference. There is a patient resource. The two resources were contained within the bundle. Now, if you want to showcase someone, this is very small. You can build in your PPT or something else also. But if you want tool, there is a tool already. It is not a paid tool. It is a free, open source tool that you want to showcase that. I'm building two resources and document reference will be referencing patient resource via subject attribute. You can definitely use this. But if there is a concept where there are more resources, just like my OU sample where I built a FHIR resource out of it, there are, I think, around 22 resources. Then rather than building it manually and then showcasing the interpretation of who is referring to what, the tool is already giving you a provision to do it. Only drawback I found is the font size is pretty small. The example, the use case, what you showed, right, it is already prepared. I will not build it in front of you because it is again entirely new concept, because I have to teach you Rhapsody. What are communication points? What is filter? I might have to teach you JavaScript. I will tell you what is the ETL module, what is example. Or if you want LSend to FHIR, we have already pre-built that data model or the code base. I will load it. I will send one transaction. I will not showcase how internal logic is working because that is totally internal to us. I will showcase that HL7 is sent. It will spit out FHIR resources. Is that for you? The major difference which I will see is only the input data which is coming. It is in this case HL7, here it is CSV. What I am going to do is I will be sending the data via Postman, your CSV file. For example, if there are thousands of rows, we can add thousands of rows here. Rather than sending this, I will be just sending a HL7 and the outcome we will only see FHIR, but I cannot show you the code base. To be honest, I cannot do it. I cannot show you the code base. I cannot show you anything. Only thing is see what is the difference. You think what will be available here and what will be available here. Understand my concept. It is a data which is going to come to you. Your work will be for Excel sheet. What is that you will do? Or very interesting. But I did share a conference page with you guys where the mappings are present because code base it is totally internal to the product. That thing I cannot show. If you want, I will just send one HL7 message and I will show you what is. I will just explain what is happening internally without opening the code. Let me show you the Confluence page. There is a Confluence page, right? I think this is the one. Whenever you will get a data model that you will receive a HL7 message, what is that you will do at the first instance? You will understand I will be receiving a SH segment, I will be receiving a PID segment, I will be receiving a PV1 segment and all the stuff. Then the second part, what you have to do, you have to build a map. First is what you will get. You understood that you will get MSH, you will get PV1. Now, second thing is build the mapping sheet. That is where we worked on this, or we call it as a toolkit. That is where the exercise which I gave you was very important, identifying the right resource. And moreover, the second page, if we talk about the second one, if I go back to the patient resource, if you know that PID works with patient and I've already told you that basic mappings are already present which will help you to kickstart. Now HL7 mapping to PID mapping. I cannot teach you coding. You might be good in Java. I have zero idea about Java because my 11 years have been in scripting. I have been doing Python scripting or Java scripting. I am good with scripting. Now you can work with Java, pass the HL7 message using HL7 libraries and figure out how to map it to the payload, then how to construct a JSON or XML or a turtle in Java. That is pretty easy. There is a JSON, objects libraries are available. Build it. Then how do you build it? It is the FHIR concept. Now you know the FHIR concept. Internal, behind the scene. That is what I will be also doing. If you want to see this, this is totally for you. I will showcase in and out to you. What I have done is, this is tomorrow. I will explain just the high level CSV file. Your ETL module, which you will work on through SmileLetter. It will receive a CSV file with huge number of rows. I will showcase you 2 rows. You can build a number of rows here. It will work. You can behind the scene. It will debatch 1 row at a time. And the header, you will, once the header is debatched, the mapping. If you want to see the mapping, I have done it in the JavaScript. This is the code I have written. If you ask me each line, I will explain you each line. I'm building a patient object. You know that I have told you that within this object resource type, we will always build as patient, which is hard-coded. And you can build a bundle resource also. As of now, we are only working on demographics. I am building the patient resource. Here I am building the identifier. I can create also. I can build rhapsodies. I mean very close to me. I can build anything, everything here. The answer is, just like I built it in JavaScript, I can perform the same operation in JavaScript also what you want. Here Rhapsody provides. I have already showed you a mapper. Let me see if something is already there. See, I think it goes to documents. This is the Worry self-mapper file to export local definition. Let's see. If this opens, then I think it will be easy. Beautiful. This opens. Let's see, it will take some time. It's a huge code. Just an example. I found one mapper where we are receiving FHIR and we are building a HL7 out of it. Rhapsody provides a provision. There is a filter. You can definitely do the same script in JavaScript also. This is a JavaScript filter. You can pass the entire JSON within this, but there are chances that you might do a typo here and there. Rhapsody provides a provision which is known as a mapper where you can provide input schema and output schema. And I have already told you these schemas are either. And finally, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.